time! Gonna be doing a funny little critiquey stuff today. Yippee. Let me post my funny socials and then hopefully we can hop right into it. Big yawn. Ugh. And sip of the water because I must hydrate. Hello, Achinix! Hi, hi! What's up? How's it going? Okay, let me drag my tablet on down. Then we can get started on everything. Lurking and working. Hope you have a stream as awesome as you are, Blair. Aww. I hope the working goes well. Thank you for the lurking. Working on 3D house, be lurking. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I can't wait to see it when you get it done. And hello, Corpse, and hello, Soju, and thank you for the sub, Soju. 30 months, bro. Wait, no, 33. Jesus. 30 of them in a fucking row. Dude, that's like almost that's like getting on 3 years, bro. Like 6 more months and it'll be 3 fucking years. Jesus. God, you're old. Fuck you! I'm not old. I'm not that old yet. I still have my fucking youth, bro. Started my drive to another state. Oh, exciting. Which state are you going to? Also, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub, serious. Oh, reminder, if anyone does have Prime subs, to use them. Because I always fucking forget to use my Prime subs. I forgot until, like, the other day. And I'm not old, fuck you. But also 35 months, what the fuck? Jesus, it really is. I really have been doing this for a fucking hot minute, haven't I? Oh, and I will continue to do so. I am determined. What's cooking? Curry. Japanese curry. The it was technically labeled as hot curry, but it wasn't really that hot. I made it for breakfast. I had good tasty breakfast today. And stretch will do, thank you. Stretch and yawn and hydrate. All the fucking care package shenanigans. It be a shark, let's go. How are you? Been a while? I'm doing good. I have so much exciting stuff planned, man. I cannot wait for so much. I got my merch and I got model plans and I got like a million and one things to do and commissions and but I'm vibing, I'm having a good time. Curry is so yummy, dude. I had curry and rice and like chicken and merch, yeah. I just have to finish all of it. And then send it off to my manufacturer. But it's all paid for and stuff. And then of course I have my my funny, really expensive printer coming hopefully soonish. And then I can make other cool stuff next time I am down in the States. Got a freebie from another streamer. Finally get a profile picture with my OC. Let's go. We love freebies. I hope I'm hoping after I get my merch done, I'll be able to reopen the sketch redeem. Because I know I've had it closed for a little bit. I just have too much on my fucking list right now to accept anything else in good conscience. Can't wait to see. Yeah, I can't wait to have it done, dude. I have so many cool ideas. But anyway, let us move on to the subject at hand, which is the funny homework assignment this time. Which I have enjoyed looking at so much. I love seeing how, like, artists improve over time. It makes me so happy. Keeping company while I work, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Maury. Hi, hi. Okay. So let me move these beside one another. So first we got the submission by Anina Box. And I think it's pretty obvious which one is the old art and which is the new. We got the old one on the left and then we got the new one on the right. You can tell with the one on the left, they seem to be much less confident in their line work. They have like a lot of sketchiness going on. And of course the facial anatomy is a little a bit off and we got some sort of folded arms here. Not perfect anatomy, but you know, it gets the point across. But then look at the fucking improvement we see, dude. Like, fucking look at it. Like, not only do we jump from, you know, a tiny little sketch to just, like, full color scenery, but we have so much good stuff going on. Like, the lighting is, like, so lovely. And we also got, like, a little bit of a gradient going on. The facial anatomy has improved so much. So much. There's just, like, a huge feeling of atmosphere. And I love that they included, like, the branch in the foreground and everything. Oh, shit. I moved on the wrong area. But we got the little branch. I should probably, like, move myself, like, over a bit. Give the art a little more room. Let me just... Here we go. Then my fat head ain't as much in the way. Whole illustration is mint. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's so good. And hello, Storm, and hello, Verb, and hello, Deems, and hello, D, and hello, M. Trying to think of, like, what to critique because it's just really pretty, right? The snow is so good, dude. Like, the atmosphere is just so nice. You can really tell that, like, the wind is blowing, especially because they have, like, the details in the hair and everything. They just have, like, a really solid, idea of motion. Hello, Jack! Biking while watching your stream? Make sure to be careful. Keep your eyes on the road. Mhm. Okay, let's see. What can I suggest here? Hmm. I feel like the first thing that does come to mind is I think we're still struggling a little bit on the crossed arms because this arm specifically is going like very far down on the side of the body, but when you cross your arms, they tend to overlap in front of. So if I want to emphasize that, I'm not the greatest at drawing crossed arms either. I always end up having to use like a lot of references. But if we pretend this is the chest, when you cross your arms, they reach forward a little bit. Forward and kind of inwards a little as well. So I think with the illustration here, it's going like downwards beside the side a little too much to be crossed. Long arms? Yeah, arms are just a little long, but that's okay. That's what critique is for, just helping out. And thank you for the resub, Hero. I appreciate it so much. And thank you for the quiet greeting as well, Drizzle. Right? When artists cook so hard, it's really hard to do the critique, dude. Like, really hard. Hey, that was handy. Yeah, I think that's like the main critique I would have here is to bring this arm a bit more forward. And then of course, if you bring the arm forward, it's going to affect like the boobs a bit as well. Though I really like how they shaded the breasts. Like, I love this little shadow here in the highlights. Let's see. Also, drawing hands in, like, the crossed arm position is also generally pretty difficult too. Cowgirl statue? Ayo. Let's see what else. What other stuff did I miss? Working on production commissions. Ooh, welcome sight an Ironheart shaped plasma version of my CNC getter. Let's go. And Vampire Wifey. I can't wait to see Vampire Wifey when done. Mhm. Love the snow, right? They did really well on the snow. And I really like that they didn't use, like, too many whatchamacallit, I guess, like, particle effects. Like, they didn't do, like, a bunch of, like, tiny dots, like they didn't try to do this for, like, the snow. 'Cause you absolutely can, but, like, I find it's a lot better if you do this, like, very blurred motion. 'Cause then it kinda really gives the feeling of it being, like, very, like, stormy and strong winds. Meanwhile, if you did, a lot of, like, dots, then it would feel, like, a lot lighter. It would feel less wispy. Hello, Amiya. Hi, hi. Love it you can tell it's cold? Yeah. Like, I really, really love it. I'm trying to think what else I would critique here. I feel like I feel like the snow could have been a little more detailed, especially because it's in the foreground. So I think paying a little extra attention to that would have been a little nice, especially if you added, like, a little bit of texture to it as well. I'm trying to think of a good brush that would do what I'm trying to emphasize. Let's see. This brush kinda does it. This is definitely a very, like, rough way of doing it, but if you gave, like, the snow, like, just a little bit of a texture to it so it doesn't just look, flat, then it would be nice. Probably a better texture than this one, but just, like, adding a little bit of depth and maybe having it so that the shadows aren't, fully solid, so you have, like, a little extra buildup around them. And then, of course, you could also add, like, a couple of extra branches as well if you really wanted to add in a couple more details. But that's totally up to you at that point. Nature be naturey. It does what it likes. There are some weird looking fucking tree branches around. Yeah, I think that's the main critique I'd want to give this one. Would be just to add like a little more volume to the snow and then probably fix up the crossed arm position. Because other than that, everything else is like pretty solid. Just trying to see if there's anything else. I'm wondering if maybe. Let me just try something. Because I tend to do like a lot of tone correction with my work. So I'm just curious what it would look like with slightly different tones. Because especially if you want to give like a gloomier vibe, you might want to bring the darkness down and then like a little bit of the lightness up. Because it can give you like a much different overall feeling. And then maybe because of it being snowy, you might add like a little bit of blue to the lights and the shadows, maybe. Maybe a touch of warmth as well, just because of the subject. But at that point, it's like down to personal taste. And then maybe, let's see. And then if you really wanted to, you could maybe add like a little bit of glow on top as well.
Because at this point, it just comes down to post-processing and, like, how you wanna do, like, your final touches. And, of course, this is only how I would go about it personally with, like, my taste and, like, my style in art. So it is, entirely up to the person. But I think that could maybe give it a little bit different of an atmosphere. I like to use, like, a lotta deeper colors. I also like how soft this version feels too, though. Right? The coloring is insanely nice. Wish I had something old enough to do this homework. You could've just used, whatever old thing you had. Like, whatever the oldest you could find. I said, like, ideally, like, a year old or, around there, or older than that, depending on how old you wanna go. But, you know, you coulda used, whatever you had. Yeah, anything you've improved upon even in the last few months will count. Who threw the sussies? The Vasa, how dare! Didn't get around to make my own work, this time. Did get started by making reference and setting up scene and everything. While I enjoyed my art, still didn't get any money for it to do the commission. Ah, fair. Oldest thing I have is like a month and arguably best thing so far out of 2 drawings, but still, you could have still tried to redraw it. It's always good to revisit pieces that you've done and see, how you'd like to improve on them. And hello, Boomer! How are you today? Deep color feels better? I'm glad you think so too! I really, really love doing, tone correction. You can do a lot with it. I think it would probably lose a little bit of the details here, so you'd obviously have to, like, counterbalance that a little bit, but I do enjoy, my funny tonal correction. When I learned about tonal correction, it fucking changed how I did things forever. Okay, let me just crop this. And then send this over, and then we will move on to the next one. That's a hello, Sophie. Hi. Think over that it has a watercolor charm without being watercolor, because that'd be the way they did the snow falling? Yeah. It has a really nice texture to it. Can I be next for my art? This is, well, first of all, I do it in a random order, so I don't give, anyone, like, specific priority or anything. Second of all, these are previously submitted homework, so you can submit, your homework on the Discord in the art channel. This assignment specifically was redrawing your previous, art and comparing to how you've improved, but I do also have a critique channel, and, if we get enough time today, I will go over the critique there. Um, and if we don't have enough time today, then I will do a separate stream on just doing critique if we have enough for it. Though I may start up a, redeem for, getting instant critique maybe. Or, you know, something like 5 gifted subs and I'll critique your stuff, like, right now. Okay, so main notes on this would be arm position a little more forward. Maybe a little more detail on the snow in the foreground. Potentially some tonal corrections color-wise, if you wanted. And then let me star that so that I know that I've already done it. And then let's move on to let's see.
Let's do Zenelia's next. Because I love this little guy. Okay, let me boot up a new canvas. Here's the before. And look at the after. There's so much improvement. Let me just shrink them down a little so I can get them side by side. Gambling to who's next? Pretty much. Pay to win, exactly. I can always be bribed for my time. 25 gifted E players art. Right, everyone's art is so pretty, dude. Critique from players worth like $1 billion? Nuh-uh, I wouldn't say it's worth that much. But I mean, if you want to pay me that, I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I will happily accept 1 billion gold coins, dude. Pokemon Adobe Pokemon. I'm trying. It's Petalil, if I remember correctly. I think. I'm really bad with my Pokemon. I'm really fucking washed on Pokemon. I need to refresh. There's mine. Oh, there we go. I just picked randomly. Love Petalil. Yeah, they're so cute. But I love this so much. You can see so much improvement. Let me check your post and see if you mentioned how long it was between. You said from childhood. Okay. I don't know how long ago that was, but there is so much good improvement, dude. Yeah, I can tell it's on notebook paper. I have many an old art that were also on notebook paper myself. I only know the French name. Oh, that's fair. I don't. Oh, that'd be a fun like video. Trying to guess what Pokemon are which ones in like different languages, like just based on the name. New ones on printing paper and the lines are connected. Yeah, so much improvement. Okay, so we go to the old one. I was gonna say previous. If we go to the older one, you can see that there's a lot of, anatomy issues. The head isn't super symmetrical or very well-defined. And the petals as well are not, they don't really have any like perspective to them. And then the body's doing its best, but that's okay. A first attempt or like an old attempt is always going to be worse than your current, and that's okay. That is the whole point of the exercise. And then when we move on to the current, we can see so much improvement. Like, first of all, the head is much, much, much more circular. I should probably actually grab a reference just so that we can tell. So let me grab this little guy. Give my internet a hot second. So adorable, right? It's Chlorabun? Very cute. It's so interesting seeing Pokemon names in different languages. Okay, so when we compare these two, since now I have a good reference, we can tell that the head is much, much more similar than the previous one. We also got 3 well-defined petals, as well as the bottom here. That's a lot better defined as well. Then we also have a little bit of perspective on the leaves as well. So let's see. In terms of critique, I think when it comes to the head shape, you want to try to keep a little bit of symmetry in mind, especially because the head kind of has a
Kind of has like a drop shape to it. So it has like a sharper point at the top than it does at the bottom. So I would, if you're gonna use like guidelines to help yourself, I would probably do one straight line and then maybe a line down here to emphasize the width. And then try and connect those. And then it'll help you get a much better, more symmetrical shape than rather than just freehanding it. And then of course you could erase those guidelines after and then make some newer guidelines. So a new line just to make sure that you line up the eyes because they're a little off center here. So you could have one here and then you could have one here. And then once again, when it comes to keeping the center in mind, that'll also help you place the center petal as well, which goes approximately here. So I'm just going to make a guideline here as well. And then you can draw the face around that. I think I made the face a little too long, so I'm just going to adjust that slightly as well. Any idea the next homework? We shall see. I will announce it sometime after this stream. Also, hello, girls. And right, Gen 5, my beloved. I love Gen 5 so much. Gonna be lurking? Yep, need to get this design done. Yeah. Get your work done. I hope it turns out good, my dude. And I hope you enjoy your lurking. And then let's see. The petals in general are like pretty good. I would say going to actually tilt this slightly because I drew it a little off center from your sketch. Then if I line that up, then you can see the petals here are actually pretty centered. The one thing to keep in mind with Petalittle, you can absolutely still do it. You don't have to stay on model when you're doing fan art or anything. But you did draw the petals connecting up to the neck, so I would probably try to omit that. So you would have like these lines here. I would just erase those. So where did my tab mate go? I had it earlier at some point. I am so bad at keeping track of my own shit, dude. Where the fuck did it go, actually? Oh, found it. Hello, Janky Jack. Hi. Welcome. We're doing homework corrections, so I'm doing a little bit of art critique for everyone who has submitted the current prompt, which is just a improvement thing. So they redraw some old art. Gen 3 all day, Gen 6 amazing too, because the megas go hard, dude. I can't wait for them to bring back new megas. Mega Dino, very close seconds. Mega Altaria, I love Mega Absol. Absol is good boy. I love the Absol so much. Is your tab running? Better catch it. Okay, and then what else? Honestly, you did the bottom really well too. Like, there's not too much to critique there other than, like, maybe overall size in comparison. But honestly, it's, like, pretty solid. I think the only other critique I'd have would be on the pedals. This pedal especially is a lot longer than the other two. So I would just try to keep proportions in mind. And how big things are relative to the things around them. But you know, there's also no rules with art. If you wanted to have a pedal that had like one really big pedal, there is nothing stopping you, man. Yeah, I'd say the main thing to keep in mind is proportions and making sure that you line things up correctly. Oh, you're fair weather. Oh, hi. No worries. Uh, I'm so bad at recognizing people if they have different names, and obviously I wouldn't recognize you with the different name. But hi. I always appreciate you commenting on my stuff all the time. And also the little pet cat. Ah, you scream. And hello, loaded potato skins. How you doing? Should be in live chat. Put over Booba if possible. Okay, let me see. Let me grab the prop. Good bit. Fuck yeah, man. I'm so down. Hold up. Let me grab it. Da-da-da-da. Okay, here we go. Let me put it under a couple layers. There we go. Let's go. Art super awesome. Thank you. I'm happy you like. I love making my art so much. Gotta keep it PG. Exactly. Okay, let me. Let me just copy and paste this one and I will send it on over. Have to hack it? I believe in you. You can get past the funny shenanigans. Or, you know, someone else could just redeem a prop and then have it removed. Let's see. Okay. Let me go to the homework and do the thing. There we go. Friend made me take an interesting test. What kind of test is it? I can think of a couple little interesting ones. Also, thank you for the follow, Janky Jack. Thank you. Much appreciated. And welcome to Purgatory. And if you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. Can't type well, but I'm here and appreciating every piece. Yeah, dude, I get so happy when you guys actually submit homework, dude. I'm always like so surprised when I come back and I'm like, oh, there's so much to go through. Okay, who should we do next? me close the previous two. Open a new canvas. Okay, let's do Selfins. And Selfins is so fucking cute. You guys know it, but I fucking love little guys. Lost the gamble? That's okay. You just gotta keep playing, man. You'll win one of these days. Finish biking? Let's go! Hate the new censoring thing? Yeah, anything getting censored is fucking ass, dude. I hate people censoring anything. Let people be adults and do their thing. Okay. Let's see. So I believe this one is the new one and this one is the old one. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with like super simple stuff because, you know, you only have so much to work with, but I love them both so much. I actually think the old one especially is actually really solid. Like I like both a lot, but I also really, really like the old one. Obviously, we have some improvements on size, which is fun. We love big file sizes. We love very crisp, tasty art. Let's get down to the actual critique. So let's see. We can tell. Just trying to think. So let's see. So one thing I can notice on the old one is that the eye reflections are symmetrical. A lot of the time you might want to avoid doing that because it kind of like makes them look a little cross-eyed. But also at the same time I kind of like it. I think it's kind of cute. The lines are a lot shakier on this one compared to this one. The lines are very, very smooth in the new art. I do like the new 3/4 view, but I actually think that the front view was like really, really solid, honestly. Because sometimes, especially when it comes to very simple art, it's really easy to accidentally overcomplicate it, you know? So I think that the front-faced one actually works really, really, really well in comparison to the 3/4. But obviously, we do have other improvements on the 3/4. We got a very big round. We got a little bit of a sense of perspective, and I love the tail wrapping around a bunch too. I think I actually really from the old one, I actually really do like the little eyelashes, especially. So I would probably actually try to include those. I also think that the very circular eyes also end up working a little bit better than the long ovals as well, personally. So let's see, what would I do? Mm. So I think I'd actually take a lot of inspo from your older one and like mix it with your current one, if that makes sense. Because it's a thing that I struggle a lot with as well when it comes to very simple stuff is that it's very, very easy to basically kind of over render. So if you mix some of this stuff from your old stuff and like keep it like really simple at the same time, I think you'll end up with like a really, really nice hybrid. Because like one thing with art is that it's not linear, right?
Like, sometimes you'll have, like, really good times in art, and you're like, "Hell yeah, this is going great," and then, like, sometimes you'll, like, sink back down a little, and you're like, "Hmm," because like, you're trying new things, and sometimes those things don't work, and then sometimes you go, like, up, and then, like, you go down, and sometimes you just kinda fucking it's a mess. Art is so much just experimentation and everything. But I would actually keep the very circular eyes because I think those are very simple and very cute. And I know you included the open mouth on your sketch, so I'd probably do it something like this. Then already we have like a very kinda a very Moe looking vibe. Mm. And I think another critique that I would have is, I do like the really, really thick outlines. The thing is, sometimes you want to put the thick outline in, like, more than one place. So, like, rather than it being, like, just on the outside, you kinda want it to basically separate elements. So I would actually drag the thickness down here. Because this ear is going to be in front of the body, so you wanna make sure that stands out from one another. And then since the body stands out from the ear behind it, I would also thicken this up as well. Because it'll just help you visually separate the elements from one another and give you a little bit of depth. And same with the tail as well. I would thicken it up here. Just to make it stand out from the body that it's in front of. And then I'd probably have it taper at the end. Just 'cause it just feels nice when you have a little taper. You don't have to. Depends, like, obviously on your style and everything. But it's usually a pretty good practice. Mhm. Then I'd probably do it with the hands as well. Let's see. Trying to think. I'm also going to move these whiskers over a little bit. I think they're very cute. I think I'd move them a little more onto the cheek, especially since we changed the eye shape. And also, I think I'd maybe make them a little more blob heavy on the side. Just because I think it would give a slightly more pleasant shape. Or maybe not. Hmm. Let's see. Ah, thank you for that resub bio. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. On the bike, I don't go. Have a good time with the bike. Oh, and gotta do dishes? Should not press that emote. Guess my parents will have to teach me. Oh no. Oh. Compared to the new one, Old Mouth makes it look so sad. I like the sad mouth actually. I think it's really fucking cute. Think I'm gonna rather than like make the side a little more blobby, I think I'm just gonna bring the back down a little and make them just a little more rounded off. Because that's a thing with very cute, like stylistic things, is they tend to be very, very round. Very round and very simplified. I also actually still really like the very simple ear fluff as well. So I think I'd maybe, let's see, thicken this line here. And then I think I'd make the ear fluff more simplified as well. Similar to how the old one had it. Maybe like,
Because with simple styles, sometimes less is, like, significantly more. Depends on how you wanna go about it, though, of course. There's never any rules or anything. This is simply, you know, biased to my tastes. And then I'd probably get rid of the little additional details on the inside of them as well. Mm. I also actually really like the color choices in the old one as well. I like this, like, really teal and this, like, blue here. I think they're very strong colors, so I'd maybe even borrow that as well from the old one. Mhm. Or maybe not. I kinda like the soft as well. I do see some sparkles on the inside of the ear, but they're very subtle, so they'd actually get, like, lost in the grand scheme of things, so I'd probably omit those. And then with the mouth, we just fill it in a little, and then I'll clean it up slightly. Mm. Maybe add a little bit of line depth on the arms as well. Or if you really wanted to, you could also alternatively, have the arms, like, down if you wanted to, like, really emphasize that they're there. Or have, like, at least one down potentially. Or or maybe have a slight dent to show that the arm is, like, overlapping. I don't draw as many, cute, simple stuff, so I'm just kinda playing around a little bit. Art is a lot of experimentation. Mm. Then let's see. Mm. Clip something funny? Oh, I'm curious what it is. Left design feels so iconic, don't know why. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I really love the old one, which I know can sometimes feel like a little disheartening, when it's like in referral to like your old piece or like your old style. Because it's something that like a lot of artists will sometimes hear when they're like, "Oh, I redrew this," and then people are like, "I prefer the old one." And it's like, that's valid, you know. People have different tastes and stuff. Sometimes people will prefer the old one. But that doesn't negate the fact that you have improved on the new one as well. Like, this was just, like, so simple and very to the point, and I don't know, it just tickles my brain a lot. I really like it. And then I think I'd also one thing that does stand out to me is that all of the diamonds here are all in one direction. So I would probably try to draw them, and make sure that they're not all the same. Or not all the same, but, like, not too similar to one another. So let me just messily do this and clean that up a bit. So I'd probably plan out where I want the bottom tips to go first, and then draw it based on that. I'm not gonna use a funny ruler because I'm fucking lazy. Don't be like me. So I would maybe place them kind of in this orientation potentially. But honestly, that also feels a little off, especially this one. Let me replace the other ones. Simple art is like deceptively hard. Like just saying. Simple things are so difficult because you have such little to work with that like every tiny little detail ends up mattering a lot. So maybe something more like this. Hmm. Oops, that's not how that should go. Okay, let's try this to line it up. Ignore those blue lines, they're just kind of guidelines there. Of course, I'm doing this relatively quickly. You know, if you were actually working on it, you'd take your time a lot more. Oh, one's cute, but new one's neatly drawn. Yeah, exactly. You can tell that there's a really, really large increase in just like line quality, especially. Like if here, let me hide any of the edits I've done so far. Yeah. So if I hide any of the edits, you can see like the lines are so clean compared to how wavy these ones are. So there's definitely like a huge jump in just like quality. I'm back. What did I miss? We're just going over your art something. Missed just a little bit. Main things I was mentioning was that your actual original design is actually really solid, and I really like it. So the main things that I would actually recommend for your style would be I think the tiny circle eyes actually work a little bit better than the ovals, and I also really like the eyelashes you had. And I'd also thicken the lines and try to keep in mind which parts you want to stand out from what, because adding a little bit of line thickness will help separate your elements from one another and give a little bit more of depth to it. And then I would also draw the diamonds in a way that's not super linear, because in your sketch, they're all facing like the same direction. I would probably try to make them face slightly different ones. Now my design, Aiden's chat mascot. Okay, but when I said design, I meant like your art of it. Sorry, little misspeak on my behalf. But it is so cute, man. It's so adorable. I love the little guy. But yeah, there's a lot of the elements in the old one that I really like. And I think something that I did notice is that if you're drawing in a cutesy style, it's very, very, very easy to get caught up in trying to add like extra details. But sometimes less is a lot more. So like for example, with the little fuzz on the ears, you have a lot of really, really tiny lines. But if you're viewing the art from a distance, that's not really gonna get, like, picked up, right? So you'd want to keep things a lot more simple so that it stands out a lot more, and then, basically simplify things. Sometimes extra detail is not always the best way to go, and also with the little, like, sparkles in the ears as well, the ones that you had are so tiny that they're just going to get lost
They're not gonna stand out too much. It's specifically actually why I tend to work with my canvas zoomed out, because that way you can see the overall image and you can see where you need to add more detail really easily. Because if you work zoomed out, so I just open up the funny little canvas. Let's fucking speed run. So like if I work zoomed out and it's like, okay, I wanna draw funny house on a hill. I wanna draw a forest. Right? Then it's like we know we need to add more details to like the front because we don't have any like well-defined tiles or anything. So let's add in our tiles. But like if something's really far away, you're not going to need to add many details to it. So like for example, if we wanted to include some like really big mountains in the background, you're not going to draw like every blade of grass on the mountain, right? Even if it has, grass. You're not going to draw every little pebble, every little rock. You're just kind of like going to scribble it in there and be like, okay, that's fine. And then you're not going to draw like every single leaf on the tree. You're just kind of like going to block it in. Like you could draw everything. You could totally, if you really, really wanted to, work on super high res stuff and draw every little detail. Like hyperrealism is a style, it is a thing. But for the most part, for most illustrations, unless you are specifically going for like hyperrealism, you do not need to add all the details. And sometimes adding the extra details can just make it feel off. Like it can give you a very like uncanny valley feeling, especially because like, with your actual eyes, if you're looking at a tree in the distance, you're not gonna see all the tiny little whatchamacallit, like pines on a pine tree, right? You're gonna see like maybe you might see like the overall shape, like, this is kinda like a pine, a tree branch-ish, but you're not gonna see the like this of every little part of it. Unless it's really close to the camera, right? So if like you wanted to draw like a super, super close tree branch, you could do like this in the foreground if you really wanted to. But sometimes less is much more. Especially when it comes to really cutesy styles. Because it's a habit that I have as well. I tend to get really into like being like, oh, I need to add like 3 layers of shadow to this. I need to add highlight. I need to add like rim light and everything. But when it comes to cute shit and like anything like kawaii, like less is so much more. It's why like with like Sanrio and stuff, like everything isn't super like mega shaded and everything. It's just very, very simple, sweet, and to the point. But yes, less is more correct, Kex. Tiny House is rather funny. I'm glad you like. Oh. And true, extra details can also take significantly more time. But yeah, I was trying to emphasize, like, I tend to work zoomed out because you can see, like, the entire image. But, for example, if I zoomed in and if I was just, like, working on this house, right? I might be tempted to add, like, all the tiny little details, like, every single thing, like, every single little brick, and it's like, it ends up being, like, kinda too much. Because you can absolutely add every brick, but you can also just, like, kinda cheese it. Like, you could just add, like, a little bit of texture here and there instead of, like, every single one. And it'll still get the point across without making it look like, uh, what's the word? Without just, overcomplicating it. Sometimes you want to specifically add less detail to make it look better. So bad about zooming too much? That's fair. It took me a long time to get into the habit of not zooming in as much. And of course, there are times where like you should be zooming in, especially if you're doing like certain like line work and you want to make sure it's like very clean, especially if you're doing like merchandise or like Anything that just needs really, really clean work. But if it's just for like illustration's sake, it doesn't need to be that clean. Like if I zoom into one of my recent arts, I'll show you how fucking messy my shit is. Let's do the draw this in your style from last time. So like if I zoom out here, right? It looks like relatively clean-ish, right? But if we zoom in, look how fucking messy my lines are. My lines are going over places. That part isn't even fully colored in. This part's like overlapping here and here and here. So it's a really good habit to like get into the habit of like zooming out a lot. Monkey titty, monkey titty. Trying that monkey? I can't wait to see how it turns out. It's such a cute draw this in your style. I could not resist last time, dude. Have you been to a Buc-ee's? I don't know what that is. Did the monkey? You did. I love how it turned out, dude. But yeah, those are the main critiques I would have for you, Sylphin. Thanks for the advice, of course. And thank you for doing the homework. I love it so much. It makes me so happy when people actually do it. So let's see, main tips. More details aren't always better. Sometimes it's better to simplify instead. Line thickness matters a lot with more simple cutesy styles and helps separate elements from one another and build more depth. Okay, and then I can mark that one as done. And then who should we move on to next? There's so many. I'm sure we'll be able to get through them all, though. I have faith. Let's do D's next. Now, D cheated a little bit, but they were open about it, so I will allow it. Basically, what they did instead is they took their old sketch and they actually finished it. Which if that's all you had, that's okay. I would have preferred if you tried to start from scratch instead, just so that I could compare a little better. But I can work with this too. Now let's see. If I remember correctly, you said it was 2 years ago? Yes. But I love how it came out, dude. It looks so fucking sick. Working on my redraw right now. Don't have too much time for homework. That's okay. If you can only get it partially done and submit it, that's okay too. Alien Planet Eyes? Yeah, it's a freaky little eye. Might do another redraw thing because it's fun. It is so much fun. I love doing it so much, dude. I do it myself from time to time with like my own stuff. Sorry, that's okay. We work with what we have. Okay. Because see, the thing is, it's hard to compare like improvements since it ends up more a little bit more like a sketch versus the final product. But I can still work with it. So I'll mostly end up just critiquing the current thing rather than comparing previous to now. So I think the first thing that stands out to me is that you do have a really good eye. You have a good eye. You do have a really good eye for, oh gosh, what's it called? Sorry, my brain got lost on the unintentional pun. You have a good eye for contrast. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. You're really good with knowing, like, where to put your, like, darks and where to put your lights. So, for example, your pupil is, like, very dark as it should be. A lot of people, when they tend to work traditionally, have a little bit of difficulty getting darker values, that's the word was looking for. So, a lot of times, people will have trouble getting, like, a really dark value when it comes to, like, working in pencil. So I'm really, really glad that you were able to do that for the pupil because the contrast makes it stand out a lot from the surrounding area. You can also tell from, the fact that your, like, quote, "liner," even though I know it's, like, done in pencil, like, the lines here are a lot darker than the shadows on the inside, and it gives a very good emphasis on, like, shape and things overlapping. Gives me Terraria vibes? It does. I need to go back and play more Terraria. Let's see. In terms of critique, I'd say you could probably even lean in more with the values. So you have like a good base here, but I'd probably emphasize it even more, and I'd probably try to use a little bit of line thickness variation. So like if something's in front of something else, thicken it up a little, and then it'll give it a much more kind of almost 3D look. Especially if you add some like little bits of thickness in the corners as well, where there's gonna be a little bit more shadow. So just really, really lean into those darker vibes. Which can be difficult with a pencil especially. 'Cause you can only go so dark with it. And also depending if you're working with like, you know, an HB pencil or a 2B pencil or, the H pencil, etcetera, etcetera. But I would really work on line thickness because line thickness will just, like, give the everything just, like, a little bit more life to it. 'Cause it'll emphasize your shadows and, like, just make everything stand out. So you can tell just by doing, like, a little bit, it just adds the, like, a little more sense of depth already, even though I haven't done too much to it. Line weight, exactly. Line weight carries. Another thing I would pay attention to, is actually an anatomy issue. This one looks so cool. It does. I fucking love it so much. So when it comes to the eye, uh, let me do a little sketch. So when it comes to the eye and the pupil and the iris and everything, one thing to keep in mind is that the pupil isn't actually like, here, let me actually find a medical diagram instead. Medical diagram eye. Mhm. Let's see. Let me grab 1 or 2 diagrams. Mhm. Let me grab an actual, IRL image maybe. I love how I look up eye at 3/4 view and all I can actually find is, like, drawings. Man. Mhm. Listening while finding food now. I got the fun. Yeah, I fun. Let's go. So one thing to keep in mind with the eye is that the eye is not a perfect sphere. There is like a little bit of bump where the eye like kind of pops out a little bit. So you want to make sure that you kind of keep that in mind when you're placing your iris and everything, or your pupil. So, and we can especially tell like right here that the pupil is back a little bit, but it's not like a perfect circle because it's on a angle. So like from the front it might look like this, but then we go to the side and it goes kind of more like that. Which we kind of do have here, but I feel like it could be placed a little bit better, especially with the iris around it. What I would probably potentially do. I do love the motif of the flower in the eye, though. I think that's probably one of my favorite details. Also, it would be really hard for me to replicate the same texture you have here, so forgive me if this area ends up looking a little wonky in comparison to the rest. But what I would probably do is I'd probably put the eye, like, right here, potentially. Maybe even draw, like, the little bit of curve there. And then I'd go around that for the, iris. And then I would draw the petal based on that. I'm just gonna break it up into segments. Mhm. And then let's see. There. I'd probably draw it a little more like that if you wanna keep, like, the eye a little more realistic. And then, of course, like, you could, change the size of the pupil depending on what you want as well. So if you wanted to look, like, really spooky, you could make it, like, really tiny. So hard to type listening closely? Yeah, no worries. You're never required to type. I just look at thing and I yap. I is not a real sphere? Yeah, it's not a perfect sphere. And also, one other thing to keep in mind. I'm not sure if you had the intention of looking like not this way. But a thing to keep in mind with the eye, especially if you're drawing, like, a creepy eye or anything that's, like, separated from the body, is that the, pupil and the iris, like, can't turn by themselves. Like, they are in place in accordance to, like, the actual, like, eyeball. So, like, the pupil and stuff can, like, realistically change, but it wouldn't be able to, like, look around unless you change the direction of, the entire eyeball, you know? Just something to keep in mind. Otherwise, I think that's the main critiques I would give here. So mainly line weight and pay attention to the anatomy of the eye. Otherwise, I fucking love how it came out, man. It is so fucking sick. I am a big sucker for anything like kind of horror-esque, and I fucking dig it, bro. I followed it, yeah. Okay, let me send this one off with the notes. Da-da-da. Pay attention to the anatomy of an actual eye and the perspective of the pupil and iris. Line weights as well can give you a very different feel and emphasize elements, especially when they're overlapping. There we go. And then let's see. Who next? Who next? Who next? So many to go through, man. Ba, 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 ba. Let's go with. Uh, uh, hmm. Let's go with Beamers next. Also just going to crop this one. Just so that we have a good way to compare them both. Here we go. Hair improvement, right? Dude, I love it so much. I think there's elements in both that I really like, though. So let me bring my tablet on down. Holding my breath every time Blair chooses someone to critique. I'll get to yours soon, no worries. We'll get through them all. That I swear. Okay. So let's see. Like I mentioned, there's a lot I actually really like from the old one. I really like the really stark contrast in the hair, and I also like the added color as well. And I actually really like the shadow on the nose as well. I think that's a very good way to show like depth. I do think the lines on the neck are a little bit potentially too angular, but that is also, you know, dependent on style and everything. It's like, gotcha, true. Don't know how Blair does it, but even when they offer criticism, feel so gentle and full of love. One of the many things I adore about them. Thank you. Also, they, them, not she, her. But I appreciate it. I like giving critique. I want people to know that it's okay to need improvement on your stuff. And like it's normal. It is good, and it also takes a fuck ton of courage to submit your shit for critique, okay? Getting critiqued is not easy. It does not always feel good. So I give massive fucking props to anyone who gives me stuff for critique. And I appreciate it a lot because I really like doing it. I love being able to give little helpful advice. I also really like how you did the lips here. Lips are a fucking bitch to do. It's something I've always struggled with, like, stylistically, but, like, I love both of these so much. Hmm. When it comes to the new one versus the old. Okay. One thing I notice immediately is I feel like the anatomy on the chest could be a bit better. And this is something I've touched on a little bit before as well. It's why specifically I tend to work in a larger canvas than what I actually need. Because a lot of the time it's very easy to feel boxed in. So if you only plan to draw like shoulders up, it's very easy to get tempted to try and like squish all the booba into the same place, right? But it's a lot better to like overdraw a little bit and then crop it later. So let's see, let's see. So if I were to draw this out, I would try to sketch like as much of the chest position as I could. And then try to plan where the boobs would go based on that. The boobs in general can be really hard to place. I had a lot of difficulty drawing big boobs for like a hot minute until I fucking like locked in. It's also just a really good idea in general to draw the base of the body before actually working on the boobs because like you're always gonna have the base of the body and then the boobs kind of like move around it based on where it is. So it's always just like a little bit easier to place them a little after. And then I'd like to cut my chest area into like a couple segments. So this just keeps the center. And then I usually draw like kind of a little bit of a teardrop shape to show like where the boobs are gonna kind of be placed. So this isn't actually the boobs, but just kind of like where the fat like kind of attaches to the body. And then you can draw the boobs based around that. So we'd have like cleavage here. Uh little line here. Then we could draw the boobs like that. And they're not squished up onto the chest too much. And we can just draw the arms down by the side. And then, of course, get rid of your sketch lines. And then I think there was a booba hole. Yeah, there's a booba hole. And then we can draw the booba hole on top of that. And then there we go. It me hi at the wheel. And thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Will do, will do. Big stretch. Can type real quick. Refuse to take away from someone else's highlight. Want to say thank you to all the compliments and critique on an emotional piece for me. Of course, I'm always happy. Love doing critiques, man, and I would not be able to do it unless you guys submit it. So I appreciate it a lot. Loving everyone's art so much so far. Wish I could give more, but I know it's all amazing, and it is all amazing. I love seeing your guys' art so much, dude. We're thinking about if they're a thing that moves or a thing that reacts to something else moving, they react to what's underneath. Exactly. So let me hydrate. But yeah, like when it comes to bodies, like the way I tend to think about it is that you have the main body and then you have like everything else, right? So let me go off on a tiny little tangent for a moment. A good way to kind of think about bodies in general, like this is a very big simplification, but you can kind of think about them as like beanbags, right? So like you kind of have like the main flow of the body is kind of just like a bean little shape, right? And then everything else is kind of additional. So it's like I can draw like all these beans and like it might not make a whole lot of sense to you right off the bat, but if I start like breaking this down a little bit, then it's like, oh, okay, suddenly it makes sense, right? Everything is centered around the bean. So you always want to make sure that your bean is like where it should be first. And you can get a lot of body language by just doing the bean. For me, I use pillows exactly either a beanbag or a pillow or any kind of thing with that kind of vibe. It's really, really, really solid for just planning out everything. And then like after you just have the base, then you can like add things onto it. So maybe this lady has like massive honkers, okay? She a big titty lady. And it's like, okay, I know where to place them because I already have the base. Or like maybe this person has tiny titty. And I know where to place them because I already have the body. And you can just kind of fill in like more details after. Actually, a huge tip. What the fuck? Why did you just make it so simple? Yeah, it's really simple when you learn to break things down. It's very intimidating when you get into drawing and everything, but like it's really drawing is a big skill of learning how to simplify things, right? So like for example, hands are really complex, right? You have so much when it comes to hands. You're gonna have some people who draw like a big box and then like do like every individual little segment, right? And it's like you can absolutely do it that way. That's one valid way. Depends on like what works best for you and your funny little brain because everyone's brain just works a little differently. For me, what I like to do a lot of the time is I like to actually just make I like to make a solid box for whatever reason. Just like a general idea of the hand, and then I kinda like to just, like, blacken it out and get, like, the overall silhouette. Because the silhouette matters more to me than, perfect anatomy, especially when it comes to a lot of illustration. And then I just kinda subtract away from it. And then wham bam, I have funny hand sketch. My dad came and asked me what you do, so I told him, "Let's go." I draw big titty ladies, man, and I give art advice. I draw the good shit. Exactly, construction is key. It is so, so, so important to learn how to just break things down and learn how to use, like, guidelines and just see what works for you. Because I can give you, like, a million and one ways to draw something, but, like, maybe 999,999 of those, don't work for you, you know? Everyone has a different process because we all have different brains, and that's okay. Make it exist and make it better later. Yes, dude, I'm fucking living by that lately, bro. Start to do boobs when not fully naked? Exactly. That's why you draw it fully naked first and then you add the clothes after. You can absolutely work by adding the clothes first, especially if like you have a certain thing in mind, and especially if you're not going to be able to see the body underneath really. But it's really good to sketch the naked body first. So when it comes to the earrings, I'm not sure if they are boxy earrings.
but they would have to be really, really big to cut in front of the face, so I would actually probably keep these behind the face. I would also try to use a few more guidelines yourself to keep, some facial elements, a little more symmetrical. The face is or, the mouth is, like, mostly fine, but the eyes are a little off. So another tip I tend to suggest with eyes, especially, is to work on them both at the same time rather than complete one eye and then do the other. So, like, what you can do is let me just drag this down. What you can do is you can make guidelines so that you know, like, approximately where they should be. And then I usually like to put like a little line in the center sometimes. I'll either put a line like this, or sometimes I'll draw like an entire like eye socket. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. But basically, you can see that I work on them both at the same time rather than finish one eye and then work on the other. So I'd like maybe do the top lash, then I do the top lash on this side. And it's just easier to keep things symmetrical when you're bouncing between the two rather than working on one and then the other. And then like maybe I want the eye going to the side. But doing it this way can help you just really make sure things are properly spaced. And then, of course, another way to do it is to, in addition to like these guidelines, the little like cross thing, can also potentially do. A lot of people do circle, 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 because oftentimes the eyes are approximately one eye apart from one another, which I think you do have done pretty well here. It's mostly just the alignment of the second eye that I think could be improved. And then you can use kind of pretty much the same trick with the eyebrows as well. So, you know, if one lines up to the corner over here, make sure the other one lines up to the corner over here as well. Assuming you're making a very like symmetrical face. Otherwise, you could make like a furrowing brow or a surprised. Depends on the vibes you're going for. What we doing? We are correcting art homework today. Want to see the soft NSFW I did? DM because I leveled up, not sharing on Twitch. Yeah, we'd love to see you. You can also just put in the whatchamacallit, NSFW art gallery though. Clothes make the boobs change a bit. That's what I struggle on. It depends on the clothing. Super loose clothing won't really affect it. But if you're wearing a bra, it's definitely going to affect it because the bra is going to like lift the boobs up. That's kind of what bras do. All right, DM, that's fair. But in general, I usually tend to discourage people from DMing me unless there's a reason to keep it perfectly DM'd. But it's so cute. It turned out so good. But yeah, that's why I have the Discord set up the way I do. So that we could put it in the gallery and then everyone can see and everyone can look at stuff. And then let's see. I think the hair is also relatively solid, but I think you might want a little bit more space around the head for the hair. And to also potentially make it a little more symmetrical as well. Depending on the character and how you wish to have them styled. 'Cause you can, you can go like very, I want to say Pokemon-esque with it and have it be like very, kind of the anime wild dramatic and not like potentially make a whole lot of sense, or you can have it be like a little more realistic. So it really depends on like what your end goal is with the hair.
I would probably... I'd probably frame it a little more like this. Because I think having, like, symmetry to it would probably help a lot. So it depends... Again, it depends on, like, your end goal and, how you wish to draw them. I think having the little strands be less, like this and more spread out would probably give a better indication of the style I think you're going for, but I could be incorrect on that, of course. Because there's so many ways to draw hair, especially when it comes to anime hair. Because there is just a whole lot of stuff that is specifically just up to stylization. Like, even two people drawing the same character might draw the hair differently. Like, for example, you might have someone... let's use my design, for example, right? Someone's drawing, like, a super simple chibi. I'll use the long hair, model example right now. Like, they might just draw, like, a little bump and then, like, a little... this, and then, like, maybe... You might have one person draw it kind of like this. And then you might have someone else that draws it like, you know, super detailed. So it really just depends on, like, the kind of style you're going for. Can't wait to draw more NSFW art, and thanks for tips as always. Of course, I love giving tips. The character was pure freestyle, has no name yet. I love them, though. She has a fucking vibe, dude. I would also probably, now that I notice it, I'd probably, I don't know if that was my fault or not. The lips are a little, hard to see. So I try to also focus maybe on line weight and, visual clarity. I'd also maybe make the mouth a little smaller, but that would probably be a me potential style thing. It depends on, like, how much you wanna exaggerate stuff, of course. Because sometimes you just wanna exaggerate things just to make it stand out more. I'm also not good at, lip styles. I'll be straight up with that, they are not my forte. I think the nose is very, very slightly off center as well, so I'd probably just center that up. So overall, it's mostly just, like, anatomy and really, like, getting your shapes very well defined. Pretty character? That's what I'm saying, man. I fucking love them. Think you'd be able to fit critique in the stream? I think I might be able to. I don't think there were many critique submissions. I think there were 2, if I remember correctly. And one of them was already the homework, so I think I should be able to squeeze you in. Fairy Tail music? I've actually never watched it. Also, fuck you, Robin.
お前, actually now's the thoughts on you. Oh, you're so lame.
I should do 20 attacks. Jesus, that's so many. And yeah, I also like the gigantic boob doodle. I like funny little doodles. Mhm. Do you have a kind of exercise for drawing backgrounds? Slowly working on it. Really simplified by now. Can show somewhere how I did it. Think there's more to learn for me than that. My recommendation is to work in grayscale, actually. I think I did a doodle earlier. I might have closed the canvas. Oh, there we go. I'd say work in grayscale. Just because then you're not getting distracted with colors or anything, at least at this point, because you probably just want to improve on composition first more than anything. But I would just recommend making little doodles like this and then just putting things together and trying to make things look good. I also sometimes struggle a lot with backgrounds, so and just working in grayscale just makes a lot of things very easy. Like, I don't know, maybe there's like a cool like built up cliff or something here. Maybe they have like a pulley system. Just like put things down, have fun. Don't think too hard. Maybe there's some kind of building up here. And also references are your friend as well. Find like pictures and stuff that'll help you. And like maybe this thing actually like wraps around the fucking mountain or some shit. I don't know. Just make it exist first, then you can make it better later. Maybe there's a fucking cave here or some shit. Maybe there's like, I don't know, a big rock on the side too. Just fucking go ham. Go home from work, so thought I'd stop by. Thought your first thought was to torture me? How fucked up is that, Robin? So fucked up. Okay, let me close the ones that are done. And then let me send this with the little critique notes. Merge to new layer. Copy, paste. Waiting for the return of the sketch redeem? Yeah, I know. It's been a while since I've had it, but I do want to bring it back. It'll hopefully be back soon-ish. I really, really just need to get the merch completely done. After that, I can focus on commission work and then the sketch redeems too. First thought is always torture. What the fuck, man? I mean, fair though. Sometimes you just wake up and your brain is like, let's torture. Let's see if Blair pulled next. Yeah. Let me just go pass this over. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see, let's see. Notes, pay attention to, what did I say? What did I say? Actually, draw the underlying form first and then add on things like breasts and clothing. It'll prevent you from trying to squeeze things in. Also pay attention to how things line up. And focus on defining shapes. Like the hair. Here we go. And then let's go with eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I think it's hero time. Hello, Elio. Hope you're having a good day today. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Piggy Eye. Mm. Dude, there is so much improvement in this already. You can tell right off the bat. Your face proportions are significantly better to start with. First one I drew on PC? Oh, dude, I remember my first one on PC too. I also love how much shading you've added in since the old one. Also, I can't believe it's not the first thing I noticed, but I think you're missing a fingy on the first one. I think there should be a little pinky. But it's so fun looking back and seeing your old stuff, man. It is such a good time being able to compare. Okay. I love that you kept the pose, like, pretty similar. I also love the color choices as well. I love the very pink purple aesthetic. Absolute fire improvement, that's what I'm saying. And, like, the detail in the hair is also so much better too. Okay. So let's see. When it comes to the current critique, the first thing that, like, comes to mind is when it comes to skirts, especially if you have this kind of pleated, type of skirt, the ends aren't going to be very solid. They're gonna be kind of staggered. It depends on the kind of pleat. There's, pleats like this and there's, pleats like this. It depends on the skirt. So I think the first thing I would recommend would be to add that little detail in. I'm gonna go with the second type just because, it's a little easier. But just adding this one little detail will make a very, very big difference. And make it feel a lot less linear. Um, Another thing I'd probably suggest with the hair would be to maybe bring it out just a little bit. Especially because, like, they're kinda leaning back a bit, and your hair isn't, like, plastic form fitted to your face. It does move, like, with your movements. So I'd maybe just do tiny little adjustment here. And then also let me put my adjustments on a folder just so I can turn it off and on really easy. And then I'd probably maybe do a little bit of that on this side too, or at least, like, add, like, just a little more of a space here, just to show that it's kinda, like, more flowy. And then this is a personal thing, but I also usually like adding a strand or two, especially when, like, bangs or anything, like, end up overlapping. It can just make it feel a little more, like, wispy and alive and less kinda, like, plasticky. So gonna get rid of the border just, for the sake of making it a little clear. And then let's see. Mhm. I'd probably choose a little bit more of a darker shade for the shadow here. And probably move it up a little bit as well if it's from the breasts. But it's also down to preference. You can absolutely use, like, softer shadows as well.
Maybe I'd use like an in-between. Maybe not that dark. But at that point, it just comes down to, you know, color preference, really. You want to pay attention to like why your shadow is being cast there. You know what art style I take most inspiration from? I don't actually. It'd be very helpful if you shared that actually. 'Cause then I can compare it to that art style. GeoEXE. Let me see. Let me see. Because there's so many styles, man. So many artists are just so unique. Let me grab his media tab so I can browse. Oh, their style's so cute. I can definitely see the inspiration. Okay. So in that case, if you're sticking with a very, very simplified style. Okay. In that case, probably ignore the little comment I made about the strand because that kind of defeats the purpose of keeping it simplified. So in that case, I'd probably try to just further emphasize the bang potentially. Because very simple styles can be really hard to do just because you have like so much less to work with. So I'd probably, let's see. Because with that kind of style, you want to make sure that your things are like very readable with like minimal detail. And then let me look at their style a little more. Let me grab a little reference. Grab this one as a reference. This one's pretty cute. Very obsessed with their art style. It's really cute. I love how simple it is. So let's see. Hmm. I think if you're trying to mimic their art style, you're gonna want to make sure that your line width is a little varied. 'Cause you can tell that they do this a little bit of a shadow as well, like under the neckline. There's something I tend to do a little bit too. You're gonna want very high contrast lines to make it a little readable, unless you're going for something like very, very soft. Simple, very complex the closer you look at it. Yeah, it's a really unique style. Mm. You wanna keep things simple and not do too detailed, but you also wanna add, like, a little bit of detail in. Mm. Trying to find some of their other colored pieces to reference as well. Let's see, let's see.
Mhm. Mm. I think this one might be a good reference. So let's see. I'm just trying to compare how much detail they have compared to yours. Hmm. Wondering if maybe you might have put a little bit too much detail on the skirt, actually. Like, I think you should still do the pleats. You can probably, like, really simplify down the shading and not add too much. Then it'll give, like, more of a, kinda simple look to it. So they have a very, very unique style, which definitely is not my forte. Mhm. I'd also maybe pay attention specifically where folds should be. So they tend to like draw their folds a little bit. And you did have like some here that I just erased, but I would probably drag that up to like the shoulder potentially. And then maybe add some more definition on the cuffs rather than have them very rounded. And also, I'd focus a lot on what colors you use to outline your stuff as well, because you want to make sure that they're very like easily readable and like stand out from one another. Because these ones feel a little on the dull side, so I'd probably maybe make them a little darker and then up the saturation a bit. But again, that's ends up coming down to just a personal preference. And then also pay attention to how the cuff around the neck would fold as well. Maybe add a little extra detail if you want. Mhm. That's why I really like it. Hard to get similar results. No, it's hard and impossible to completely copy them. Yeah. Always good to take inspiration and then take your own twist on it. Let me see something else real quick. Yeah. Mm. They also don't seem to have a whole lot of highlights on their skin, like, they kind of do, but they tend to be a little bit more, specifically placed. So I would maybe even I would potentially actually get rid of the highlight here, because sometimes adding, like, a highlight to the skin can make it feel very plasticky, unless you're doing it very minimally. So, like, if you were gonna include a highlight, I would probably put it, like, on the center and not, like, towards the edge. But, again, that also just comes down to, like, stylistic stuff as well. Still a hell of a lot of improvement from your old one, though. Oh, they also have a YouTube series. Oh, mayhaps I'll have to look into it. Also, what the fuck? can't believe it took me 8 minutes to fucking see the fucking frog licking the toes, bro. Sorry, I was locked the fuck in, but what the fuck, dude? That's such a good oh my god. Who's that even from? Jesus. That is an insane fucking emote, dude. But yeah, I think those are the main things I would probably suggest. So let me just copy paste that and send it back over to you. I also tried You Hide the Frog. What's You Hide the Frog? An adorable but terrible thing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. It's so fucking cursed. Okay, let's see. Let's send this back on over to you. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Pay attention to some smaller clothing details. Take note of how clothing will wrap around certain areas. Just type 1 or 2 more things. And I think also play around with some slightly different color variations for the line work as well. Okay, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go. And then 1 critique, so 6 more to go. Tried to hide the frog from you? What frog? If you tried to hide a frog from me, then unless you mean like with the yapping. Sorry, my brain was not catching on to that one. Yeah, Sneak 1000, Jesus. Okay, let's go. Let's do Zavas's next. Oh, big yawn. So ippy. I woke up late today, though. I woke up before, like, my alarm usually goes off, but I also forgot that I changed the time on my alarm the other day, so oops. So technically, I slept in by a couple minutes, and I'm like, no. Gotta go now, have fun streaming? Yeah, will do. Thank you for dropping by for so long, Hero. I appreciate it. And thank you for doing the homework. I love when people do the homework. And thank you for that lurk as well, Beamer. Thank you. Okay, on to Zavas's work we go. So I think the first very clear improvement is we have color now. 2-year improvement is insane, dude. Like, the first one is already really good. You have a really, really good eye for, like, imagination and, like, coming up with cohesive ideas. But, like, in the past 2 years, you've just really gotten good at executing those ideas. Hello, Joanna. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? This design's so cool. It is. We're doing funny homework today because I assign people little homework practice stuff and then they do it, and this time it is take some old art and redraw it. and then I go over it and I critique it and I give them some extra advice. Not gonna talk about my current sleep schedule? Yeah, mine is fucked, dude. I think I slept at like 5 AM last night. My brain was not in an EP mood. I forgot about the homework. Quick, can someone let me copy theirs? Dude, I had a friend in school that was my fucking goat, dude. They fucking carried me so hard. I was so fucking grateful for them in high school. Friends who let you copy are so valuable. Design's very cool. Love the hair. Yeah, I especially love the hair, dude. Like, you can see so much improvement from the past 2 years in how you draw just, like, everything. The hair just has, like, so much more volume and personality, and your anatomy is so much significantly better, and, like, you actually have, like, perspective on the hands. Like, the hand facing forward and the hand facing up and on the side and a little bit towards the back. Like, it's insane. So cool to discover you here again. Yeah, I'm so happy you jumped by. I love getting to see people more than one time. And I also just fucking your art, dude, man. I fucking love your art so much. Like, I saw the last you I can't speak, bro. I saw the post you made after stream, and it's like, oh, everything turned out so good. And I know you were a little bit worried about the Totodile too, and it's like, no, it turned out so good, dude. And if you guys don't know Joanna, we rated them last time, and they do a lot of really cute Pokemon art. Like, they do a lot, and it's really pretty and really cool. Let me see if I can grab one of their things to show you guys real quick before I get on with the critique. Because holy shit, they're so fucking good at drawing Pokemon. Let me find them. Give me, like, a hot second because my internet loads slow as fuck when I stream. I'll show you guys the sketch that they did last time. They're, like, work in progress that we rated into. There was this one, which is so cute, and like I said, they're so fucking good at the Pokemon style. And then, oh gosh, which other one do I wanna show off? Because there's so many to choose from. I think we'll go with the Mega Dragonite just because it's, like, super recent and the colors are so pretty. Like, look at this. They do a really, like, watercolor style, and their color choices are so good. Like, look how pretty this is. Like, oh, my eyes are just so happy. I'm shy, this means so much. No! Dude, like, oh, your art's so good. You have nothing to be shy about. Be loud and proud because, oh my god, your art's so pretty, dude. Like, I cannot emphasize how much I genuinely love it. And, like, I don't know if it's just me, but I always struggle a lot with trying to draw Pokemon. I haven't drawn that many. But, like, there's just something difficult about trying to be, like, on model and draw it, like, so accurately, and you do such a good job of it, and, like, oh, and your coloring style fits it so nicely, too. Like, I could genuinely see your artwork, like, being on a Pokemon card. Like, I think it would work really well. I would love to see some, card art from you, man. Poke of Mans! Yeah, it's so pretty, isn't it? How dare they hide this? They cooked. Yeah, they really fucking cooked, dude. And they draw so much Pokemon. Like, well, actually, first of all, shout out Joanna. There we go. And then let me grab their Twitter for you guys too. I'll send you directly to their media tab so you can also appreciate. Here you go. Remember we were talking about fine art and modeling, so happy we talked about it? Yeah, I love talking art so much. Art stuff makes me so fucking happy, dude. Art is just my happy place, man. So sweet, you deserve it! Your art's so fucking good. I want everyone to know about your stuff. You deserve all the follows. Like, oh, every time I see this, it's just so fucking cool. Like, you're just so good at Pokemon style, man. I cannot wait to see it when it's completely done. I know it's gonna look so fucking cool, dude. Pokemon, yeah! Benef, this is made by Joanna. And this one's also made by Joanna. They're really, really good at Pokemon stuff, and we raided into them the other day, and they're super fucking sweet, and highly recommend giving them follow. I'll learn how to color like you? Dude, no, I love your colors. I just kind of go fucking burr and hope it works. But I love your colors so much, man. Colors have always been, like, such a, like, hard spot for me. Like, I find colors so difficult because there's so much to consider. Mega Dragonite, I know! They did the rainbow part especially so nicely, and it looks so good. I can forget everything I was taught in art school? Dude, same. I did, like, technically 2 years of art school, and then I dropped out. I didn't finish my degree. But I did my first year in my, like, home province, and then I did my second year actually in Japan, which was really fucking cool. I went to Kansai Gaidai in Osaka for a year, and it was really fun, and then I dropped out. But I enjoyed it while I was there. I just ended up realizing that I didn't really need the degree, and with, like, my specific school and everything, there wasn't, like, too much else to really benefit from my own situation, so I was like, me outie. I'll just draw funny anime girls and hope for the best. Oh. And I remember you saying that you're usually a traditional artist, if I remember correctly, too. Or you at least, like, come from a more traditional art background, which I think is so fucking impressive, dude. Like, I have a really big digital art background. That's, like, what I'm most comfy with because I got, like, my first tablet when I was in, like, maybe grade 6? So I've been doing, like, digital for a while, so, like, traditional artists always are fucking mesmerizing to me. Have you been to Fox Village? I have not. I did go to Nara, though, where they have, like, all the deer and stuff, and it was really fun and super cute. Started with graphite and charcoal during middle school, started digital in high school. Oh, I see, I see. I do not like charcoal. I love looking at charcoal pieces. I admire, like, you know, the work that artists do. I don't like charcoal myself because I can't stand the texture of it. It has this weird, like, crunch to it that, like, ugh, I can't stand it when it goes over paper. Like, when it comes to, like, graphite, I can handle graphite because graphite kinda feels, like, a little more, like, softer and kinda, like, more buttery smooth compared to charcoal, but charcoal has that, like, scratchiness and, it doesn't work for me. But I love when other people use it. And I love how dark you can get with it and, like, how, it's such a good medium. I wish it worked better with my brain. For me, when I was doing traditional art in, art school, I actually ended up doing a lot of watercolor. That was usually my medium of choice. Because I like that I could very, very slowly build up the colors, and I like just, like, how, like, I don't know, there's just something really calming about watercolor. And there's so many fun little effects you can do with it if you're doing, like, you know, on wet versus, like, on dry, or if you use, like, little bits of, like, salt to get that, like, funny little, imprint, like, patterny thing. Like, I just love watercolor, and the texture's so nice too. I am a watercolor sucker. So hello, Onyx, hope you're having a good time. Let me hop back into the critiquing. I got a little bit distracted because Joanna art just too pretty. Ah. Okay. So let's see. What would I suggest for critique here? Mm, Let me think. I already said it before, but first things first, I fucking love the hair, dude. The hair is so good. I think maybe the face could be changed ever so slightly. So let me see. I think just the positioning of some parts could be a touch different. So I think I would. Let's see. I think I would maybe liquefy this part. Maybe move it upwards just a touch. Hmm. And then let's see. Thing is, I always love how expressive your art is. Because, like, sometimes you don't even need to follow, like, necessarily, like, perfect anatomy or anything, because sometimes you just want, like, the vibes more than anything else. Maybe the mouth was fine, actually. Yeah, so I think I'd probably pay mostly a little more attention to the specific anatomy of the face first. And then hmm. It's always hard to critique your art, Tsubasa. Oh, you're always just so fucking creative, dude. And I think maybe the boobs could have a little bit of an improvement as well, just mostly position wise. Cause you already got like a good base going on. Let me try. Let's see. Because I think at this point it's mostly anatomy nitpicks and like just very tiny things to touch up. You already have a really, really good idea for composition and posing. And I've always told you, like, that's, like, really your strength right now. You're, like, insanely good with composition and just, like, getting the ideas down. And then I also think the advice we gave earlier as well also applies here. Drawing arms crossed is, like, a fucking pain in the ass. So you want to really, really make sure that you emphasize that this arm is going forward more. Because if you like use your arms like right now and try crossing your arms, you'll see that it goes like a little bit over your ribs. So it's going to be pushed a little more forward than it is to your side. Also, some of these corrections might be a little on the sketchy side, so forgive me. Just want to make sure that I can get through everyone today. Also, when you cross your arms, that hand
I believe that hand would actually go underneath rather than on top. Like, you could draw it on top as well, but a lot of the times when you cross your arms, this one would actually go over. And then, usually this hand would pop up. I'm just gonna But that's only if you're doing, like, a stereotypical, hand pose. Again, you can absolutely do it, the way you did. Just, depends. Also, that's not a very well-drawn hand on my behalf. But, hopefully it gets the point across. And then, of course, changing this to match up a little better as well. Okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? Da, 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 da. Giving me Hui vibes from League of Legends. I've never played League of Legends. Like, I tried it once, but I know no one from it. Oh, your art style is, Natrix inspired? I don't think I know them, actually. You should send them my way so I can give them a little look-see at some point. Looks so much better? Yeah, it's really just, like, the tiny things when it comes to art. I also think the head, might be or the neck might be a little on the long side as well. So let me, very jankily just kinda bring that down a bit. Also, let me put all these changes in a folder so I can just turn it on and off, really easy. And then I think with the torso, you're pretty solid there. The other really big main thing I did notice was with the feet. Feet are the fucking Feet are my fucking kryptonite, bro. Feet are so fucking hard to draw for no fucking reason, and it pisses me off so much. Oh, it's so hard drawing feet, dude. But, basically, the thing that I noticed was here, let me, lower the opacity a bit so I can just draw over it a little more clearly. So if our body is going in this direction, right? This is our funny little torso. I'll draw like a little joint here and a joint here. So if we divide this again, or actually I'll draw the leg first, actually. So just give me a second, and then I'll explain it a little bit further in a moment. So it's not gonna be 100% perfect. That's fine. Mostly just to get the point across. But basically, you have the foot going very, down and, like, to the side, right? But if you're posed on a 3/4, your leg isn't gonna be 100% to the side unless, like, you're actually posed in, like, that manner, but, it can feel a lot less natural to do it that way. So it can be a good idea to try and draw a line and just really figure out where the center of your leg is going so that you can kind of figure out the direction the foot is going. So I'll draw it in a separate color just to, like, make it stand out a bit more. And then another thing to keep in mind with, like, when your feet are, like, placed on the ground, at least if you're in, like, this kinda, like, standing position, you can kind of, like, almost imagine, like, a circle, kind of, like, in perspective, and then, like, kinda place your feet, like, kind of according to that. I'm not sure if that makes a whole lot of sense. It does in my brain. Hopefully, it makes a little bit of sense. So I would try to keep that in mind when you're drawing your feet. So I would probably draw, let's see. Let me undo a bit of these, and then draw on top of this. So I would draw this going a little more forward, probably. And I'd probably have this one reach out a little more as well. Breaking things down into boxes can also just really help you simplify the funny, complex shapes like feet. And this is by no means perfect, because feet are difficult. I'm still not the greatest at them. But hopefully, the advice can, still be good. Might have even drawn this one too low. Feet are just hard in general, man. Ugh. Like, even the perspective on the one I drew is probably still off. But if you want to have the feet planted, I would keep that in mind. Alternatively, there's also another thing you could do instead, which would be your hip is, slanted, so you could have this leg being more frontwards. You could have this one, like, tilting back a little if you really wanted to, just to give it more of that, like, laid back look. But there's a lot of ways to do it. Like, planting people on the ground solidly is so difficult. It is something I struggle with a lot myself. Triangle 2 boxes? Yeah, and I fucking hate feet too, man. Feet are so they're so hard, and pants are also a struggle too. I struggle with pants as well. Like, everything below the belt is, like, where I struggle the most with, I find. "What's up, breasty? Nothing much, burn. What's going on? Love that OC? Yeah, dude, I fucking love it so much. Their design is so fucking good." And I think I also placed the legs a little differently as well for the standing position, but where the legs are is probably where I'd suggest putting the feet. Can't correct everything all the time. I think those are the main notes I would give for you, though. Let me... I'll send you this version. Then you can just see kind of how I break things down. Doesn't help that the character I'm working on isn't gonna wear shoes. Dude, feet can look so fucking weird in different perspectives, man. It can be, like, so fucking difficult to draw feet and, like, make it look actually good. Because sometimes they just don't look good in certain perspectives. Okay, so main notes. Crossed arm anatomy. Length of neck. Pay attention to the rotation of limbs, especially legs and feet. I think those are the main things. There we go. That one's done. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left, and then 1 critique. Like regular critique. So let's move on to Benny Vampy, whose character I love, dude. This one is an 8-year difference, which is fucking insane. The first thing I noticed is the first file size is tiny as fuck. Holy shit, that's so funny. Look how tiny. Big improvement, literally. Let's size this baby up. Let's go. So small. Thank you for the critique. Anytime. And by anytime, I mean whenever homework's due. Thing is, I try to do one's perspective, then it magically turns into a front perspective, so I'm gonna restart my work when I get home. Yeah, that's okay. It's hard to keep with a consistent perspective. It really helps when you really box out what you plan to draw. Like, for example, like doing all this kind of stuff and making sure you get like the base there, and then just work on the base. And another exercise that I plan to give you guys should help a lot as well. I don't know if I'll assign it this time, but we shall see. Forgot the E. I never forget the E. You guys forget the E. All right, let's go, let's go. So, first thing, as I already noted, is we can see a huge improvement in file size. You can tell that this one is very, very blurry in comparison because we had to, you know, size it up. It was drawn on a very tiny canvas, which is okay. You can work on tiny canvases. You know, pixel art is a thing. But, you know, it's also really nice to work on a big canvas because it gives you a lot of wiggle room. Okay, and then we also have a lot better of an idea of anatomy. Like, a lot better. We can even see, like, a good, like, defined bust here. We can see, like, a little waist and everything. And the arm is even going back and rested on the hip rather than, like... very awkwardly placed here. For a second, I couldn't tell if this was like a thumb, because if that was a thumb, that would be a backwards hand, which is pretty funny. I've drawn my fair share of backwards hands when I've been through the ringers. And let's see. We also have a lot more detail on the collar and everything. I do actually kind of miss the hair buckle. I think the hair buckle was a really cute detail. I almost want to say to bring that back, but you know, your character, your style, your decisions. I just like cute hair accessories. Legs non-existent. Yeah, the legs are a little on the short side. We wanted to go a kind of, you know, a little more anatomically correct way to, you know, bring these down a little. Oh, but we have a much better grasp on anatomy here. And let me hydrate and stretch.
Want to do perspective where the viewer is looking up? Learning to draw boxes in different perspectives can help a lot with that specifically. Not all of us can afford a bigger canvas. Fair, fair. That's why I said it's okay to work on a tiny canvas. Some computers just can't handle very big canvases, especially if you're not on a beefy little guy. Shading looks great. It does. There's a huge improvement on the shading. Oh shit, Nap's calling me. Be sure to check in on all the homework later and try to learn from everyone. Yeah. Go sleep, especially if it's been 30 hours, dude. Go fucking get a rest, bro. Have a good honk shoe. Thank you for stopping by for so long. I appreciate it though. Amazing improvement on this one. There is, dude. The improvement is insane. And there's a much better grasp on facial anatomy, especially as well. Okay, so when it comes to critiquing, one of the first things that comes to mind is we're kind of on a 3/4 angle here, right? So during a 3/4 angle, the center of the body is kind of going around this way, which means the belly button is a little off placed here. The first thing that we're gonna do is move that little guy over. Nothing too fancy. I also didn't mean to merge it with the line work, so one sec, let me do that again. Uh, But you always really wanna pay attention to, like, where the center of your body is. I also tend to usually draw belly buttons, like, more, like kinda more like this. But that's just a personal preference. And it depends on the person and the belly button as well. You can draw belly buttons, like, a million different ways. But I would keep in mind where the center of your body is. Uh, ta 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 ta. Also, I think the breast is up a little on the high side. So I would maybe just do this a little bit. Not like too much of a drastic difference. Also, something I tend to like to do is I like to add a little bit of a like fold around the breasts as well. And I also sometimes like to give a little bit of a highlight underneath them as well for like reflected light. I don't always do it, but I do it pretty frequently. Actually. And if the bust is large, you're actually gonna have the bust, go over in front of the sleeve a little more as well. And then the clothes would also probably So it looks like their torso is kind of doing it, in, like, this kinda perspective. I'm gonna exaggerate it a little just to emphasize. But it looks like their torso is, like, angled a little bit upwards. So we're actually going to make the curve of the shirt a little more this way rather than downwards. Just to match the perspective a little better. Also, thank you for the follow, the smug abyss. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're having a great day today. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all those. And if you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. I'd hibernate. I fucking love hibernating, bro. Right? Did you pull an all-nighter for this assignment? I hope not. I'd feel so bad if you did. Body just hates me. Fucking mood, dude. It is hard to sleep, man. I wish you well. I hope you can fucking honk shoe real fast and real good, dude. Get lots of rest. I also love the little heart emote boots. It's so cute. Okay, so I think that would be... Something else you can also do when it comes to boobs is sometimes you might want to add like the shadow here. You don't have to. It's, you know, a stylistic thing. Sometimes it can be nice to add it in. Kind of emphasizes the goods. Depends on how sus you want to be about it. I tend to be a pretty sussy artist, so that's usually my suggestion when it comes to that. Actually, I think I might change the shirt just a little bit here. Just ever so slightly. I'm also not sure how tight or loose you'd want it. So just keeping the bottom a little on the tight side. I think I'd also probably bring in the back a little bit as well. And then I'd probably also pay attention to anatomy. So obviously, you know, bodies come in all shapes and sizes. This is just one way to do the anatomy. If you wish to do it differently, that is also totally valid. Some people have longer torsos, some people have shorter torsos, etc., etc. But with how I tend to draw, I'd probably... Let's see. It's not a huge difference, but like tiny little changes can really make a big difference. So I would probably do this. Bring the hips out a bit. I'd probably bring this up a bit as well. I'm not sure if a thigh gap would be very visible at that angle either, so I'd probably actually make it so that the thighs overlap as well. And let me redraw the belly button because I had it on the other layer. Oops. I had everything on the other layer, actually. My bad. Let me just redraw that real quick. Actually, I can probably salvage it. Always pay attention to your layers. Do not be a fool like I. Just a little bit of a scuff, don't worry about it. Awesome, you do crit stuff for peeps? Yeah, I love doing critique. I love helping people. It's so hard to like learn how to like improve your stuff if you don't have someone like giving you like any little tips and things. Cause it's really hard to tell with your own stuff. Either sleep too much or not at all. Me, well, I sleep a lot. I just have trouble falling asleep usually. 13-hour shift today? Oh god, and a 14-hour shift tomorrow? Yeah, go fucking honk shoe, Onyx. Thank you for dropping by. You know, I appreciate it. But get those Z's. Rest well. And yeah, I fucking love Ghibli, dude. I went to the Ghibli Museum when I was in Japan, and it was so fucking nice. Forgot to load the filament. No! It's okay. It's okay. Just start over again. At least you didn't waste any. Are critiques often done with a ton of bias? Thank you for stressing importance of preference. Yes, absolutely. These are only like I try to emphasize it a lot, but like this is only me, one person, giving tips based on my personal experience and personal preference. Like I can tell you like, hey, maybe you want to try doing this, but that is a only if you want to. You are under no obligation to follow any tips or tricks I give you. I can only just give you some advice and things you might want to try or to experiment with. It doesn't make like if I say something like you might want to try doing this instead, it doesn't mean that your thing is a mistake or that you do it wrong. It's just that I have some suggestions that may work, may not work. You might not want to do it. You might want to do it. It's better than nothing. It's a use it if you want to. Everyone's style is very unique and there is never any one way to do it. And as we all know, art is subjective. So for example, someone might like a color palette that I don't like, or vice versa. And it's just things you can try. The stuff that I tell you to do doesn't necessarily improve your art, it is just another way of doing it. Hello, Chico. Hope you're having a good day today. Went to the Joe Hisaishi concert many years ago and got to take a photo with him. Was shaking so much. Dude, I can imagine. Oh, that's so cool. I've only ever been to like one concert in my life, but I'd love to go to more at some point. I'm not a big fan of very like loud environments though. So it's a very like I'd have to really like the person. Like I would absolutely go to an Ado concert just because I love her stuff so much and I admire her a lot, even if I don't know all her songs. But like she's just so fucking cool, dude. Man, made my entire childhood. Right. Ghibli movies are just Actually, what's your favorite Ghibli movie? Because mine is probably The Cat Returns, and I love The Cat Returns so much. It makes me so happy. So bad at doing critique stuff, never want to point out mistakes or anything. I feel, see, the thing is, like, I feel bad pointing out mistakes, right? But, like, I also, like, I know the difference between good and bad critique, right? That's, like, the main thing, because you can give critique and be really mean and really not good. So I always try to give critique in a way that's, like, not critical of the artists themselves, but just, like, just some pointers they can maybe work on, or, like, some things that they might wanna focus on improving potentially that could, like, help them further their own art style. I always try to work with what they already have. At another concert last night, like I said, I've only ever been to one. Princess that is not how you spell it, but I know what you're talking about. It's Princess Mononoke. It's a very, very good movie. Kiki's Delivery Service. Kiki's Delivery Service is so cute. I love witchy vibes so much. Now, as an adult, I cry and empathize with Kiki so much. Yeah, dude, it's such a vibe, like, watching something as a kid and then watching it as an adult and having, like, completely different feelings, dude. Still need to watch a Ghibli movie? Oh my god. When I get back to Newfoundland, then maybe we should have Ghibli movie night. I would love that. I would never have the heart to do a roast stream. I cannot stand the feeling of potentially making someone feel bad. That would hurt my soul. I can't do that. I can barely even fucking roast my friends because I don't want them to feel bad. I can be mean to Robin, but that's Robin, you know? I know she can take it. Critique never feels rude. I'm glad. I always worry and I always try to, approach everything in a way where I try not to be rude. I always just want to be helpful. See Wu-Tang's last concert 2 weeks ago and The Offspring for the 4th time last night. Let's go. Once you're done with this critique, think you'll get a kick out of my post in the art chat? Ooh, I might take a look. I'm trying just to get through all the critiques. I still have a couple to do and then another one on top of the homework, so I'm not sure I'll be able to look at the art chat anytime soon. Gonna try to noom through these. Wait, there's an Auto Kitty store online and I can pre-order for the release? Fucking tempting, dude. Really tempting. But anyway, back to critique. I got distracted. Ah! Oh, okay. Another thing I would include here is depending on the fabric material, the way you'd want to like shade pants would be a little different. But like generally, there will be at least like some kind of fold. So I'd recommend like putting some kind of detail here. I'm just gonna like. I'm not gonna have like a super specific fabric in mind, but I'm just gonna add like a little bit of detail just to show like how just a little bit of extra detail can like just really make it feel a little different. I do like that you have the gradient here though. Gradients are a really good way to get like a start for how you want to shade things. And then you can just add like a little more detail on top. So I'm actually gonna just like turn these into like some like pseudo jeans. Because I think jeans suit the vibe here. But just adding like tiny little details will just make it feel a lot more like realistic. And then a little couple shadowy, the highlighty shadows here too. Nothing too fancy or nothing too detailed. Also bring back the belly button that I got rid of. And you can see there's just a little bit of a difference between adding a couple of extra details. Would also probably extend this sleeve just a little bit as well, just to emphasize it going backwards. And then this sleeve, you'd actually do the opposites. The arm is actually heading forwards a little bit to give the middle finger. So I would actually have the sleeve reflect that. Maybe actually have it a little bit higher because we get bunched up a bit. And then this is a personal bias. I like adding like the little detail for the like seam on the shoulders. I find it can like look really nice. This is just something I like to do personally. You know, take that as you will. Do it or don't do it, up to you. And then also pay attention to how your poses will affect the final outcome. So like for example, if you're raising your arm up to give the middle finger, normally you'll like raise your shoulder up just like a touch. Like just a little bit, not too much. But it's gonna be a little different than if you just had it like resting by your side. Also, I think maybe the shoulder would actually be like a little less visible from this angle. Just because it's being hidden a bit by the bust and everything. And then when it comes to hands are so fucking hard, dude. Hands are so fucking hard. Oh, they're so difficult. But what I'd really suggest is trying to take a picture of your hand and then referencing your hand to really figure it out. Because right now we kind of have like all the fingers pretty much 100% visible. But you might actually have some of the fingers like slightly obstructed from one another, depending. So I'm gonna like not use a reference right now. But you might not actually see like the little bit of pinky here. And you might actually not see much of the thumb, if at all, either. So you want to pay like attention to the really tiny details like that because it'll help you significantly. And like taking a photo of your own hand is like such a fucking life hack, dude. I do it a lot, especially when it comes to like my commission work because, you know, I want to get my hands right. Alternatively, you can also use things like 3D models.
which can help you really get the perspective right as well. There is no shame in using a 3D model as a reference or like even tracing over a 3D model because that is what they are there for. They are there to make your life easier. And then what else? What else? I'd say since you have a good amount of shading on the underbust, I tried to also mimic that in other areas. So I might actually suggest adding a little bit of shadow to the hair as well, just to help give it a little more depth. And then, like, if you really want, you can have, like, a little bit of hair going, like, over the shoulder as well. Just because it can, make it feel a little more interactive, for lack of a better word. And then I actually like all the detail on the, choker. I think the perspective could be slightly a touch different. But overall, I like the detail. So I would just, maybe get rid of that little top part. Make sure it's all a very, like, uniform shape. Because right now we kinda go, kinda thinner to thicker. So just, like, keeping that in mind. And then, also, this is something I personally like to do. A lot of the time with long hair, this is a stylistic choice, this is just what I do. I like to have the hair, like, go over the body a little bit in some places. You can also make the hair go out, like, a little wispier rather than being, very contained. It'll give it, more of a liveliness. 'Cause silhouettes change a lotta vibes. But, you know, that's totally up to you. I also kind of extended the, length of the hair a bit, so that's kind of a little off model, but, you know, advice still, counts. So that's probably what I would suggest, and then I'll copy and paste that and send it over. Love long hair, plan on giving Vamp wifey hair that goes to her feet? Yes, long hair is so nice, dude. When I was first designing my model, I was gonna give my hair, like, absurd or my character absurdly long hair as well, and then I was like, "I don't wanna fucking keep drawing that." It would be so much more effort than short hair. I was like, "Fuck nah, dude." I do wanna have, like, some long hair, variants at some point, though. Okay, main notes. Pay attention to where the center of the body is for aligning elements like the belly button. Pay, pay a little more attention to certain aspects of anatomy. Body types can differ, however, and you don't have to draw it like I do. Uh, Hand perspective feels a little stiff using your own hand for reference can help a lot. What else? What else? Small details on clothing can go a long way. There we go. Got that one done. And then we have 3 more. Plus 1 critique. Let's go with Axers. So let's bring up the old version first. And then new version. And this one is actually referenced from another art piece which they shared, so I'll also include that as well.
Da, 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 da. Okay, so here's the reference material, here's the old, here's the new. Let's compare the old and the new first. Moisturize the voice will do. I love moisturizing my voice. Hi, could you critique my art? Yes and no. So basically what we're doing right now is I give out art homework assignments and then I go over those on stream. And I prioritize those because that's just what I do. You can also participate in any feature homeworks in the Discord if you're interested. But I also do regular critiques as well. And I tend to do them after I'm done the homework critique if I have time. I should probably have time to squeeze in another little art critique probably. So if you want to join in, then you can go to the Discord and submit it under the art critique channel. Just make sure you get the role when you're like selecting like your interests and stuff and say that you're interested in the homework and art critiques and stuff. And then it'll give you the role and then you can submit it there. And then I can go over it when I get the other ones done. Improvement? Yeah, the improvement, man. If you run out of time, can wait to do mine? Nah, it's okay. We go ham. We still got another hour. We should be fine. Might make me go a little bit overtime, but that's okay. Wonder what I was thinking when the old one was so good? Listen, you got some stuff down, man. It is hard to do art, okay? It takes so much practice. You have to be happy with where you are, okay? You're not always gonna be happy with where you are, but you gotta be happy with where you are in the present and then just aim to improve, okay? You cannot get any better than your best try, you know? Your best try is your best try, and then your next try after will probably be a little bit better. Or it might be a little bit worse in some aspects as well. But that's because you are playing around and experimenting, and that is just how it goes. No Blair burnout, never burn out. Except sometimes burnout, but that's okay. Gotta take a break sometimes. Go start the morning work calls. Have an amazing day. Keep it amazing. Yeah, sorry, I didn't manage to. Wait, I did get to yours. Never mind. I was gonna say sorry that I haven't gotten to yours, but I have gotten to yours. Oop. Love the shadows in this? Yeah. But you can see such an improvement. You definitely have like a solid idea of like where you want to go with it. Obviously, there's some anatomy issues and you know, proportion issues especially, but it's still a really, really good attempt. Like there is nothing to be ashamed of with this. It was a good attempt, man. And then we can compare it directly with the reference material, which I'll just resize to make it a little easier to compare. But you really got the pose down this time, man. Like, look at this. You got the thigh squish. You got this like little bitty like over here. This like one little detail. It's really fucking good. And you even got like a little peek of the butt cheek right here, which I fucking love. Okay, and then when it comes to critique, let's see. I think the first thing that comes to mind is a little bit on the perspective of the thigh here. So you can tell right here, it's a little bit less curved. So let me grab a good pen for this. So I would just try to really emphasize that curve here. Because the thigh is going like forwards a little bit, so you're gonna have like a more dramatic bit there. Mhm. And then let's see. The face looks overall pretty good to me. I think it's slightly a little smidge off center, maybe? Doing this will distort the glasses, so, apologies on the glasses. So try to just make sure your eyes are, like, very aligned. It was only, like, very slightly it felt off, I think, though. And I'd maybe raise the nose up just a touch. Or, like, move it over a smidge. Faces are hard. I still struggle a lot with faces sometimes. Mhm. Let's see. Honestly, you did a really, really good job on this, though. Like, especially with, like, the perspective on the chest. You did really, really good on that. I'd say maybe, potentially, the brush should maybe be down, like, a touch more, maybe? But I'm also not 100% sure on that. And also it's in, very low light, so you can't, see all the details too much. I'd say one thing I did notice is that the curve of the back is a little, softer than it is here. So I'd say maybe to bring that out a touch, and then make sure you're including those lovely hip bones here. Or not hip bones, but, like, where the flesh on the hip kinda does its thing. And then I'd also say you don't really need this, dark line here. Like, you absolutely can include it, but I would maybe like, stylistically, I might actually recommend doing this instead. So I'd maybe put that all in shadow, and then just do the highlight, potentially. Or I might even, like, leave it out. It's a good detail, but it can be a little distracting. Or maybe I just have it all in shadow and include the line. Sorry, sometimes there's a little bit of, experimentation when it comes to this. Yeah, I'd probably keep the line and keep, the rest in shadow. 'Cause, like, you do technically already have the shadow here. And then I guess if you really wanted to, you could include, like, a bit of highlight as well. Love the eyes? Yeah, the eyes are so pretty. Sorry, this one was severely employed this month? Hey, severely employed means at least getting money. Gonna spoil the character I made. Really rough version of Pecan Pirate. Did last night during a pirate themed birthday. Oh, I can't wait to see them. Looking up a hot lady with a leash. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Tried to get all the little shadow bits. Couldn't blend the colors yet. That's a bit outside of what I can do right now. That's fair. Honestly, it's really good to work without blending colors. Like, especially like starting off. Like learning to work with very solid colors can make it a lot easier to work with blended colors later. Because then you already have like a solid idea of like where the harsh shadows should be. So then you just kind of need to learn where to soften it. Such a cool perspective. It is, man. I fucking love it. Hips are underrated, honestly. I fucking love hips, dude. Hips are so pretty. Okay, and then let's see. Hmm. I think let's see. I think maybe if you wanted to, you could maybe change this shadow ever so slightly and just give it a little bit of a curve. So, like, your version was, like, very linear, but I think having, like, a tiny bit of a curve there will just give it, like, a nice, like, softer tummy feel. And then let's see. Again, I still really love how this came out. You did an insanely good job. Um, Okay, I can see that you did. Let's see. So you went a little bit off your reference when it comes to the hand. And again, hands are so fucking hard, dude. Hands are so difficult.
I think your thumb is a little on the long side, because when it comes to the thumb joint, you'd only really have like technically there's like, you know, all the joints to your thumb just like your finger, but you're kind of the way the hand is like connected, you're only really gonna see like two of them most of the time. And yours feels a little long, so you'd have like the first one here, and then you'd have like the second here, rather than going like this. So I would try to keep like hand anatomy in mind. Let me just quickly. Again, it's not gonna be a perfect hand because you know, good hands take a hot minute. But overall, I think the rest of the hand shape is actually really solid. She did a bit with the highlight on the dress by using a soft eraser. I see, I see. I do see a little bit of that, like, right here. So the thing is, instead of a soft eraser, you absolutely can use a soft eraser. Also, thank you for the save your art, even though it's not my art. I'll save it regardless. But, the thing with, that is, like, you absolutely can use a soft eraser, but I'll show you something real quick. Let me just close all the canvases we're not currently using. Sure, I'll use this canvas. So, let's say you have gray well, uh, one sec. Let's say we have a funny little t-shirt, right? And we wanna do some shadows. We wanna give it a little, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Not the most, the pretty shadows, but get the point across. So, like, we could absolutely, try and use a soft brush. You could get this, like, kind of feeling to it, but it doesn't look quite as nice. So what, like, you ideally would wanna use would be something like a blending brush, which, kinda, like, blurs it, but in a different way. So you'd want something that kinda does like that, because it just ends up looking a lot better, usually, compared to, like, this. So that's just, something I recommend. Again, you can still absolutely use the airbrush, but different ways of doing different things. It is up to you. So let's see. What else would I suggest? I like so much of what you did here, man. I would say, with the leg, I wouldn't have the highlight going right here because, we'd probably end up having to match the highlight of the rest of the leg, so I'd actually do this, and then have it probably fall off after. Maybe even include, like, a little bit of a material pinch right here. And then accidentally got rid of the rest of that straps, just gonna do that. And then let's see. Mhm. I think one thing to keep in mind is that I noticed you outline a lot of the details on the body. Sometimes it's actually better to not leave the outline and just have the shadow there. So I'd probably get rid of that outline there and then just have the shadow. And then I'd make sure that the sleeve lighting also matches the shading like what we did with the leg as well here.
Because at the end of the day, they're in the same, like, area, so you're gonna have very similar shading. When you boil it down to it, it's just kinda like shading on a cylinder with a little bit of a extra muscular definition. And I think the shoulder actually goes out a little bit more as well. In the reference, at least. Why is this on, like, 5 stabilization? What the fuck? Okay, and then I think the only other thing I can really think of recommending is, like, maybe a couple of extra strokes on the hair just to give it a little more definition. But even that, I'm not, like, super sold on because it depends on, like, how you'd wanna, like, stylize it. And, also, again, this is, like, a stylization thing on my behalf. I like doing, like, strands coming off because I find it makes the hair feel a lot more, like, flowy. So I'd probably do, like, something like that. Maybe add another one here. Maybe even add one over here as well. Or if you want it to feel like making it really wispy, maybe add a couple like that. That's totally up to you. That's just, like, additional things that I would personally do. Uh That's mostly what I would suggest. But I love how it came out. Tried to do like that. I think the brush I was using wasn't the right one. Yeah, it's hard to find a really good brush to do, like, what you want. Like, you can do a lot with very, very little. You do not need fancy brushes, but every now and then, it's really nice to have, like, a fancy brush for, like, one very, very specific niche use. Like, there are some brushes that, like, I almost never touch unless I'm doing, like, one very specific thing. My fave Pokemon? Which one's your fave Pokemon? Oh, wait, wait, wait. It was, oh, fuck, it was, Ampharos, right? I think it was Ampharos, if I remember correctly. Unless I'm remembering wrong. Oh, fave Pokemon song! Oh! Fair, fair! Yes, it is, let's go, I remembered! So I was like, I have a really bad memory when it comes to a lot of things, but I have a decent memory when it comes to visual stuff specifically. So I was like, I remember them talking about their favorite Pokemon when they showed that one art with all the electric Pokemon, and I remember them saying Ampharos, and I'm like, yes, I remember. Ampharos is such a cutie. I'm still a sucker for my ghost types. Yeah, why the fuck are you awake, dude? Go to bed! But also, if you can't undersleep, I understand. I've definitely had a couple times where I've been up, like, 30 hours or, like, 35, and it's so weird because, like, you go to lie down and you're like, "Why do I feel so awake?" And it's like you end up having to wait until, like, your body just, like, kinda gets past that, like I was gonna say second win, but at that point, I feel like it's a third or fourth win. Oh, I hope you can sleep soon though, dude. I fucking hate, like, not being able to sleep when I wanna sleep, man. Okay, main notes for this art, pay attention to how shadows affect, uh how shadows work on the entire limb rather than separated by material. Uh, Pay close attention to small parts of the anatomy, hip and waist in this example. And then what else did I say? Hands are tricky, but hmm, pay attention. thumbs can be a little funny to work with. Pay attention to the underlying anatomy of a hand in general. And then I think that's like most of the stuff I touched on. Oh, wait, shape shadows a little more to reflect the underlying form. Tummy curve. There we go. Okay. We got 2 more, and then we got some other critique on top of that. So let's go. Let's do Songburbs next. And look at the improvements, which you'll see when I zoom in. But look! There's so much improvement, dude. And this is between 2012 and 2025, baby. 50k channel points halfway, let's go! Really like the nun outfit from the last drawing. Would it be a problem if I drew my OC in it? I don't own it. It's a design by Moe Flavor. I can actually probably link you to it if you want a better reference. It was purchased for me by Adagio. So let me go find it. Let's see. Let's see. Here is the link to it. Full disclosure, it is a lingerie site. You know, expect to see lingerie stuff and the pretty ladies. But their stuff is very cool. They did collaborations with Iron Mouse and Project Melody, and it's very neat. They make very, very, very cute lingerie. And I'm very excited to get mine. Wait, it is Moe? I always said Mo like Mo Flava. No, it's Moe. Moe is like a it's a Japanese term, and it kind of means cute, but also like not, because like if you want like a direct translation, then like cute would be kawaii, but like Moe is like cute adjacent. But it does come from the Japanese word, so I would assume it is Moe flavor. That's why you get the like moe cute type vibe with like fucking anime shit. Dude, look at this improvement! Look at it! Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is holy shit, you fucking improved on the booba, dude. You fucking improved on the booba. And the bandage wrap on the booba especially, hell yes. And then like just the anatomy in general and the shading, let's go. Cause like, okay, this is a thing a lot of beginner artists do. I don't want to call it a mistake, okay? Because there's a lot of ways to go about art and there's a lot of styles and stuff. But a thing that a lot of beginner artists do when they start working traditionally is they get very, very entranced by the airbrush tool. Very, very entranced. It's very, very easy to, you know, draw funny circle. Well, actually, let me draw a better circle. Let me do it in this way with a different brush. It's very easy to like want to draw a circle and then be like, oh, I know how I can make that thing smooth. Let me just add airbrush. And it's like, that's fine. You can do that. But like with the airbrush especially, you want to like make sure you know what you're doing, right? And like also oftentimes like you don't really want this super smooth finish. Like there's times where you do want it. Like if you want to draw like very specifically like a pearl or something, you might want to do it because you get that like very big shine. You get that softness. But even then you're probably going to want to add like, you know, a little bit of texture to it. But, like, generally, it's very easy to be romanced by the airbrush tool, and it's probably better that you don't rely on it when, you're starting out. It has places where it's, really, really useful and, like, you do wanna use it, but it's how you use it. It's not a bad tool. It's not something to avoid completely, and you can absolutely use it, like, in your work 100%, but make sure you mix it with, like, 1 or 2 other things to just kinda balance it out. That's my main commentary for this one, but I love this design. I love big meaty claws. Big meaty claws on designs make me so happy. I love monstery, the giant hand. I don't know what it is. It tickles my brain so much. I fucking love it, dude. Haven't used airbrush once? I'm proud of you, dude. It's definitely good to use though. There are circumstances where it is good to use. So don't avoid it completely. But if you have a time where you want a very soft shadow in a certain place, it is good to use. It is just how you use it. Every tool is a good tool. It just depends on the artist behind it and how they use it. Also, I see it is toothless. Oh my god, I love it. I would rock that outfit, dude. If someone could sell me this shit, I would fucking buy, bro. It is so cute. But enough with the old piece, let's critique the new. I love the quirky shading you did here. Like, for the highlights, I think one thing I would recommend is, if you do wanna do this kinda highlight, I would try to keep the shape of the head in mind, right? So, like, with the shape of the head and, like, the hair and stuff, you kinda go, like, this kinda, like, bowl, ish part, right? So you wanna make sure that your highlights follow that. So rather than your highlights being like this, you'd want to, like, do something more like have them follow it. It's a very, very subtle difference, but it makes a big difference in the end. So I'm just gonna go over this real quick. But I love that. I love seeing how, like, different artists do their shading or their highlights because, like, I don't know what it is for me. I struggle a lot with highlights. It's really hard for me to figure out, like, where to put them exactly sometimes. So it's like, I always love seeing how other people do them. So I would do it kinda like this. Let me put my stuff in a folder. Just so I can see how you did it. But I love this idea, it's so unique. And that's the thing too, like, a lot of people do, like, really unique, highlights for, like, certain characters of theirs, and I love it. Looks like it's decent for a metal texture, not so good for less shiny, smooth surfaces. Honestly, it's kind of ironic that you say that because it's actually really good for honestly, like, hard brushes are really good for metal, especially. Metal tends to have a lot of really like, it has a mix of soft and hard shadows, right? Like, you tend to get, like, if you're drawing, like, really, really shiny metal, you're actually gonna have, like, a lot of really sharp lines. Depending on the surface, depending on the material, and, like, how reflective it is, and there's a lot of things to consider when shading metal and the type of metal and, but in general, there's, like, a little bit of both. There's a little bit of soft, there's a little bit of hard. With most things in general, there is a mix of the 2. So you tend to have, like, a soft shadow, and then you tend to have, like, harder shadows. And, how hard they are just depends on the type of lighting, what's around them, the shape of the thing, everything. Uh, it's a lot to consider, but it's also really fun when you, like, really get into it. Big claws, let me write that down. Yeah, big claws. That site is reference rabbit hole. It is. Moe Flavor has a lot of really pretty stuff. And I'll tell you what the quality is like when I get it. Until then, can't speak too much on the quality, but I look forward to getting it. Thank you again, Adagio, if you're here. See that the more I think about it, yeah. I should fit 3.5 days of clothes in one backpack, so not too much. Let's go. I'm really guilty of packing heavy. I'm not good at packing light. I'm always like, what if I need this? What if I need this? Okay, back to critique, back to critique. I'm getting distracted. So I think the first thing that comes to mind is you can absolutely have really wide shoulders and a really, really tiny waist. But I'd probably recommend making the waist a little bit wider just to make it feel a little more balanced. It's up to you. Again, like I've said it before, there are so many body types. This is just kind of like the generic body type that I'm going for. But you can absolutely have tiny waist and wide shoulders. But if you wanted to be like balanced, like, you know, traditional-ish anime kind of body type, then the waist would be a little bit wider. Because they tend to exaggerate the fuck out of that shit. Not that you have to. Totally up to you and your character design. And then I'd also have this piece curve more in this direction. Because depending on like the way the body's facing, the fabric's gonna curve like slightly differently. And then I'm a sucker for like really high-waisted stuff. I'm just gonna bring that up a little bit. Because I think that looks pleasing, in my opinion. If you want to have it lower, you can absolutely have it go like lower. Like if you wanted to have it like here and like here. Just depends on the length that you want to go for. That just something felt off, couldn't figure out. It's hard, dude. Art is fucking hard. Like, it's so, like, frustrating when, like, something feels off and you can't really tell what. Because, like, it's so funny because, like, you can kind of know, but, like, also not know. It's like, I know it doesn't look right, but what do I do to fucking fix it, man? I'd also maybe add, like, just a little tiny extra width on the thigh here. Just to make it, match more to the other one. Which I guess I kind of, made bigger myself, so maybe that's my fault. I tend to draw pretty wide thighs. So, my apologies if this is a biased, you know, edit. So I guess maybe to even them out, I might make this one, a smidge smaller then. And then just change the transition to the crotch just a little bit. Just so that it's not bulging out too much. We don't got too much going on underneath there, unless you do. Unless they do. But I don't know what they got going on underneath. I'm not going to assume. Thought a character who uses shadow like threads would be a sick flavor too. Shadow Weaver sounds as badass as it does edgy. True. That reminds me of oh fuck, what's his face from Naruto? Shadow Boy. Why can't I remember his face? He's like one of my favorite characters next to Kakashi. The really smart one that's like, man, this is such a drag. I know he uses shadows. I love fucking shadow stuff, dude. Shadow, like, magic-y abilities are so fucking cool. Ugh. Okay, and then... Okay. I think the neck might be a touch
thick as well. Which you can absolutely have, like, a thick neck, especially if you're going with, like, a very, like, muscular build. I would probably just thin the neck ever so slightly. And I might change a little bit of the face shape as well. Just to define it just a little more. Because a lot of the time with anime, we tend to... I'm gonna draw, like, a really exaggerated version. But a lot of the time with anime, we kind of have this dip in and dip out. And then dip back. So we kind of have, like, this bit, like, around the eyes. So that's a key little detail I tend to include when I'm drawing faces. Just that really nice little cheek bump. And I find that's, like, very, very indicative of, like, the stereotypical anime face shape. I also try not to draw too cutesy. I tend to draw more cutesy faces more than very sexy faces. So I'm trying just to get that right as well. So I think that would just give the face just a little more definition. And then I really fucking love how you did the hands and wings. The hands and wings are, like, really fucking solid. Same with the tail. And I also adore how you did the hair too. I find I struggle a lot with knowing, like, what the fuck to do with the hair, but I love how, like, wispy and, like, natural you made it feel. I think after that, I think most of it's actually, like, pretty good. I'm wondering if, like, I think the mouth is, like, pretty good. Like, maybe you'd wanna adjust it, like, ever so slightly, but that's, like, down to preference, really. And, like, depending on what kind of emotion you wanna convey. 'Cause I feel like it's almost in the right place, but just, like, slightly, ever so slightly off. And then and I guess if I wanted to, like, really be nitpicky, depending on, like, your character's emotion and, like, how they convey things, if you wanted to make they seem to be, like, kinda, like, questioning. So, like, maybe they'd want to have, like, their eyes, like, raised up a little bit and kind of more a shocked expression. Like, "Huh? You mean me?" But I also think it's, like, really solid as it is. And I think they are very fucking cute. Actually, yeah. I think I like the way you do the eyes more. Sometimes I just need to play around with something for a second to, like, really know for sure. Mhm. Heading in BRB, okay. Mhm. Let's see. What else is being yapped about? Have a character that uses blood as threads? Oh, dude, I think I have one too. I remember I definitely do have, like, a blood user. I forget her name, it's been, like, literal years, but I remember, role-playing her. Shikamaru, yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I can't believe I forgot his name. I fucking love that little dude, man. Counting down the days till I lose my freedom? What the fuck you mean about that, bro? 10 out of 10 would give fish? I would also give fish, dude. Made it in, nice hotel, let's go. We love nice hotels. And then after this... I think one other thing I could maybe recommend, I do like the wrapping, like, super tight around the boobs. You can definitely do that stylistically. If you want a slightly more realistic way of doing it, Then you'd have the bandage like wrap around the boobs completely and like not really dip in. Because it's kind of hard to realistically get the boobs like all wrapped together like that. But of course, it's anime. You can have fun. You don't have to abide by realistic shit. You know, we have fucking magic and shit. We can go stylistically. So if you wanted more realistic, you could have the bandages you know, be more linear and not bend as much, like skin tight. And if you wanted to, this is something I do. This is only if you want to be like fucking sussy little shit. You could have like a little bit of booba squish on the sides as well. That's just a fun little detail that I like. That is totally optional, and again, depends on how fucking sus you want to be about it. Need to make a string user and a blood user? Yeah. Cards would be fun too. Leave for Ecuador in 2.5 weeks, and then one of Peru. Freedom is being able to be at home. Fair. Understandable. Hopefully you get to come home from all that soon. And then you get to rest for a little bit. I love this so much. Yeah, I also love Squish. Couldn't get the booba squish, kept looking like a sharp corner. It's hard. It's really hard. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a while to really get the hang of booba squish. Like, if you go through my old art, you will see a lot of trial and error when it comes to booba squish. And even now, like, sometimes I still kind of like fuck it up and can't get it right, and I'm like, grr. Gotta keep trying at it. That's also why I find it's like really easy, kind of easier to add like later rather than like in the sketch sometimes. Like, that's why I do a lot of overpainting with my art, just because I find it harder to visualize when I'm doing the line art personally. I complain now, but next year travel might be over and then I'll be complaining about being stuck in my warehouse. Yeah, there's no winning. Okay, let me send this on over. Okay. Main notes. Let's see. What did I even change? Oh yeah. Hair highlight following underlying shape of the hair. And then we also did what else? Better definition of the hips. Only if you want wider hips, of course. Then slight clothing adjustments to fit underlying anatomy. Body. Bandage going across boobs rather than skin tight. Either works stylistically. Second way is just more realistic. You wanted that. Also booba squish. And I think that was the main note. There we go. Okay. And then I think we have one left, and then we have the other critique as well. So now we move on to ambiance. So this one is from 2022 and then now, which, man, they have a lot of improvement. Holy shit. When they did, I'll switch over from pixel art and be able to make the sussy art much better. You can absolutely still make sussy pixel art. I have seen sussy pixel art games. You can make sussy pixel art. Trust me, brother. Trust me. You do not have to switch over from pixel art to make that good shit. You would be surprised what you can do with just a couple pixels. Plan on having all the sus in my art. Let's go. I love sussy art so much. Probably start doing soft NSFW at some point. You should. It's fun. I'll say hello, Jeannie. Hi.
We're just going over funny little art critique stuff. And now we're doing Amiyas. So we got, this one's actually reversed. So, you know, new is on the left, old is on the right. I usually do it the other way around. So I think I might actually, just for the sake of easiness, switch these around. Just because it makes more sense in my brain to have it this way. There we go. But both are so good. I love the outfits so much. And I love the little detailing here too. But I think the main thing that definitely pops out is that their colors have gotten insanely better. Was my Blood Thread guy from 2023? Oh, I can't wait to see after. Just gotta get through critiques, gotta go noom. Gotta stop getting too distracted, huh? But I'll absolutely look after. Learning, but I want to try conventional digital art too. Fair. Always good to try multiple mediums. It's really, really good to experiment. You can learn a lot by working in different mediums as well. Okay, so as I said, first thing that we notice is we actually have shading on this one. And the shading is so pretty. It is so vibey and so soft and so pretty and so cute. And I love it. And I also love that we went from like having a cape and everything to having like a detailed dress instead. I love that. I love the details down here too. I also, ironically, I actually love that the details aren't like super crisply done, if that makes sense. Like over here, they're very, very detailed and very like kind of in your face, but I'm always a sucker for very like lesser rendered stuff, if that makes sense. Like it just gives a more like kind of whimsical feel, and I really like it. And I also really like the just like difference in colors because we do still have the cape, which I now notice. For a second, I thought it was long sleeves until I looked closer and I saw the hand, so that's my bad. But I really, really like that you actually went from a dark cloak to like a lighter cloak because it gives it such a different feeling. It goes from like very like solemn feeling and very formal to very more soft, kind of like whimsical, if that makes sense. Very soft, very warm. Like, I feel like this person would help me if I was, like, lost out in the fucking winter, and I feel like this guy would stab me with, like, a sword. That's the kind of vibe I get. I feel like I'd get knifed by this person, and then this person would, like, take me into their home. Maybe poison me with soup. We don't know. But I love them both so much. They give very, very different vibes, but your colors are definitely so, so, so much better here. I also do take notice that you went from using a very hard brush to using, like, a very much softer brush over here, which I think does work. I love both a lot. I don't know if I prefer one over the other, but I love how the soft brush just makes this one feel, like, so much softer. I'd say, like, in terms of critique, I think, like, one thing you could potentially do, let me see if I can get, like, a soft brush to kinda match. Which one of these would be soft? This one's not super soft, but soft enough. I'd say, like, one thing I might do a little bit of, I'd probably maybe add, like, just a little more highlights on the little bits of white here. Just because, you know, when it's fluffy, it's gonna be a very uneven surface, so you're probably gonna get, like, a couple little shines here and there. Which I think you already kind of included, but I'd just probably go, like, a little smidge further with it. Just to, like, really emphasize that kinda, like, uneven texture. Not too much, but just a little bit. And then, let's see. Let's see. I think with the hand, coming out from under the sleeve, you might actually want to take, like, just a tiny little smidge of a highlight there. But, I kind of also like it in shadow. I like both. I kinda like it in shadow more, honestly, actually. But you could include the highlight there if, like, you really wanted to. Just because, you know, with the actually, no, the light's probably coming from the background, now that I think about it. Sorry, I was thinking light, from the left and right instead of from the back. So never mind. With light from the back, I wouldn't highlight that. Sorry, you sometimes have to do a little, brain shenanigans. It was Savasa's idea to womanify them. I love it. Thank you, Savasa, for the good food. Thank you for the inspo. And thank you, Amiya, for actually providing the good food. I love them so much. Right? Insane growth, dude. Herges recluse from society from 2022. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Notice the Twitter thing covering the boobas. That was redeemed earlier. I found it so funny, dude. Okay, so with the light coming from the background, I do still like the light on the face. Having just like a little bit on the light of, or a little bit of light on the face is usually just pretty good for, you know, helping it bring it out, even if it is going to be a little more in shadow. You don't always have to 100% abide by realism. I'm wondering if maybe like a little bit more definition on the shadows might be nice. Or the highlights. Just to like further emphasize the shapes there. I think for the skirt it works because it's very, very linear. You could probably, even if you wanted to, like maybe add in like 1 or 2 extra highlights that are just getting like a little bit of light as well. Trying to think. Maybe a smidge more shadow under the boots because you're getting a lot of you're getting like the light from the background, but you're also getting like some extra like cast shadow from the dress as well. And then if you really wanted to, you could probably potentially go a little harder with the shadows in some areas. Like just a touch, potentially. But also that might be like too much. Because I do like the level of detail that yours has currently. So I'm kind of hesitant to even suggest that. You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't done value checking in a while, which is odd. Normally that's what I would like usually start with. Oopsie. Also, thank you for the follow, Mystic Nebula. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a great day today. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter, or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay, but welcome, welcome. We're currently correcting some art homework shenanigans. So I told people to take their old art and redraw it and, you know, make it a little new, a little more sparkly so we could see how they improved. And then I'd give a little bit of critique on that on top. And I also do regular critique as well. And if you're interested in that, I do it in the Discord. If you're not interested in that at all, that's also okay though. So let's see. I think your value work is actually just like pretty solid. So yeah, I think the only thing I'd really maybe recommend would be like a little extra dark in like some places that like really wouldn't have light. But like I like your value work as it is as well. Like maybe here where there's a little more shadow. So like just the tiniest little bit of dark in the really dark places. Then let's see. I don't know what else I would suggest. I really fucking love it. It can be hard to suggest critique when you just really like how something turns out. Let me think, let me think. Mhm. Yeah, because nothing else really stands out too much to me. As, like, needing any, fixing up. I think it's all just, like, pretty solid. So yeah, just a tiny little bit of detail work on the edges, I think, mainly. And then just a little bit of dark. It's very, very subtle, but it makes a big, big difference. Or I guess maybe even a touch on the hat as well, if you really wanted. just so it doesn't look like a super just like linear around the body. Like, kind of like that part in shadow, actually. It's probably a way to do that. Yeah, no, I like how yours did it on the hat more. Sometimes I can't tell until I try something first. Okay, and there we go. That one's yours done. And then let me go grab the one critique that we have that we left for last. We're not gonna go too much overtime, I don't think. I'm gonna be pretty much in time. I'm getting better at pacing these, I think. Practice makes perfect. Okay, so main notes. Mainly just a little more detail on the edges to emphasize the fabrics and the folds in the clothing. Also, maybe a couple of really dark shades in really shadowy areas to increase contrast a little. There we go. Seeing all these improvements really makes me want to take on bigger character projects. Loving you so much. I'm so happy you are. That's what I love doing too, man. Like, I just love seeing like how hard everyone works and like how much everyone's improved and just I really, really, really love being able to give you guys like some help and direction when it comes to stuff because I know just how fucking hard it can be when you're like trying to learn to draw and it's like, oh, what the fuck do I even focus on? Because there's so much. Okay, and then let me do a regular critique on Atronix's work that they posted. Let me grab it. Here we go. So let me just size that a bit up because I like working on large canvases. Okay. That was really nice. I'm glad. I try my best. I try to give some good critique and advice. Okay. So there's a few things that pop out to me at first. First things first, you can absolutely write text in things that you draw. But it'll help a lot if you actually use a like text tool and then actually type it out so that it can be very easily read by people. Because the one thing when it comes to writing things is your writing may not be very legible. And especially this writing right here, I can't make it out. So you want to make sure that your stuff is very readable at a good distance. And even zooming in, I also can't really read it. Like, you can absolutely type things up like, again, you can write things manually, but if you do, you want to make sure it is very, very clean. So if you don't have clean writing, make sure that you do use a text tool. Because it'll just be better. I recommend there's a lot about fonts. Honestly, well, I'd usually recommend the Clip Studio font because it's just a really good comic font. You can also just use like Comic Sans. I know people like meme on it, but it is a very readable font that's pretty good. At least to start and until you get better with knowing like what kind of text to choose as well. You really brought out my desire to try more for sure. Have many thanks. I'm happy. That's just exactly what I want to do. I just want to inspire people to do more artsy things and to not be afraid to try things. It's okay to try things and have things not turn out good. It is okay. That is normal. When you do things, it's not going to turn out right the first time. Like, if you've never cooked a fucking egg in your life, if you've never operated a fucking stove, chances are you're gonna burn that fucking egg. Let's be real. Unless you're like really, really following directions very, very closely and you watched a video and stuff. But if you've never watched a video or never read a recipe and someone's like, make me an egg, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You know? And it takes practice, especially if you want to get like that egg like a very specific kind of runniness, if you want it to be like soft boiled or if you want it to be like, sunny side up. Put egg in water and hope for the best if you want to get it poached, man. I guess, in water with the shell, boiled. But there's just like eggs, there are so many ways to do art and so many ways to go about it, and you're not going to be a fucking god at it right away. It takes a while, man. Didn't finish the background and sits rushed the writing things, but it says, what is that on your neck? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see. It's just a little bat. He's so cute. Okay. So when it comes to the background, I'll get to the character in a little bit. But when it comes to the background, buildings especially are very, very linear. You can draw them like not super linear, like without a ruler and stuff. But you really, really should use a ruler, and you should really use references to make sure you're building like a design that's a semi-realistic. So like the door here is like pretty tall in comparison to where the roof would be. So like if a person was like standing over here, let me just, maybe they're a little on the short side. So, like, if a person was, like, standing here, the house isn't very tall, and also the door would be very straight. Like, that's not a perfect straight line either, but, And of course, it depends on perspective, so it might not be straight this way, it could be straight this way, or it could be straight this way, yada yada. But houses in general are very, very linear, very, very boxy. So you really want to practice how to draw like boxes in perspective, especially. And then when it comes to bodies, so I'll focus mostly on the anatomy rather than anything else. It seems you got like the proportions like relatively down pat. So like in general, bodies are the human body tends to be approximately like 7 heads tall. So I think you got that down pretty well. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're actually like really good on like the overall proportions. It's more on the very specific details that I think you need a little bit of practice with. So first of all, the neck is doing kind of a little. It's doing like a curve like this, which you can do. It depends like stylistically what you want to go for, but especially with men tend to be a little more angular. So you probably want your neck to be a little bit straighter, and then be a little more boxy. So I actually really love the pose that you did the bat in, actually. I think that's probably one of my favorite details. I like that he's, like, reaching over in the arm. It's really cute. Okay. And then... thank you for the follow, Dark Top! Thank you! Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about any of those, that's also a-okay, but welcome. I'm currently going over... Well, okay, I guess this one's not the homework. But I'm doing some art critique right now. So if you are ever interested in that, you can join my Discord and I do that stuff there. And also, thank you, Lily Kairu. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Purgatory as well. Feel free to join any of my socially thingies, but do not feel pressured. If that's not your thing, that's also a-okay. They're simply there if you care about it. Art is like eggs going in my inspirational quotes. It do be crap. But back to the body. Men also are not my forte. I'll be the first to admit that. So I will try my best here. Okay. Gonna be a little boxy. I think in general, the waist is like relatively okay. I think the fold on this shirt could be a little
better. Just in, like, terms of, like, how the line would be. And also, if I was gonna say that would probably be symmetrical, but I also kinda see the style of, you're going for here, because that would, I presume, would, like, wrap up over here. So let's see. Another detail is the buttons are on this side, but if this side is overlapping on this side, you'd actually have the buttons on the other side of the fabric. So I'm going to make a couple little changes here. I always try not to change, like, too much when I do critiques. I'm just gonna change it just a little bit. So you wanna make sure that you think about, like, how your thing works in reality. So the buttons would actually be over here because the buttons' purpose are to keep this side of the fabric pinned to the other side and keep it closed. And then I'm also gonna assume it's like it's a style where you can button it up. I assume like maybe it would actually potentially look better if you did make it symmetrical. So if you gave it a flap on this side as well. Especially because you seem to have like a pointed neck up here as well. Left leg is way too skinny? Yeah, leg is a little bit too skinny. One thing I noticed is that the arm going to the side is like bending. Yeah, I'll get there eventually. No worries. Lots of critique. Right, the bat is so cute. The bat makes me so happy. Main thing on the torso is the chest muscle that goes to the shoulder. Otherwise, torso is looking yum. Yeah. So let's see. So again, once again, men are not really my forte. I am usually a little bit better with my fancy ladies. I think the arm here is also on the short side, so I'm going to going to sketch out a little bit wider of an arm as well, just to give it a little bit of muscle structure. And then I'm also going to touch up this arm at the same time as well. So we're going to widen that shoulder a little bit because his arms are a little on the skinny side. Which you can absolutely have skinny arms, but they're just a little too small, I think. And then I think your hands are also a little on the small side. So you want to pay attention to proportions of like one thing to another. So let me just... I also feel like this kind of jacket would probably have a some kind of cuff on it. So I'm just gonna include a cuff just to make my brain a little happy. You can see already with just like adding just like a little bit of boxiness and like fleshing things out a little more, you can tell it looks like it's a huge difference between what we started with. Forgot homework again. Finally have a temp desk though, so maybe next week. Let's go. There is always next week. And you can always go back and do old ones as well. If you just want a little bit of practice. Okay. And then we're gonna just sketch in a little bit of a hand here. I'm not gonna fancy up the pose or anything too much because I think what you want to focus on right now is more proportions rather than anything fancier.
Like, I could go into, like, making a, you know, more dynamic pose and stuff, but I don't think that would be as helpful right now, so just something to keep in mind. I try to keep my critiques very, based on what I think would be best to focus on, if that makes sense. I also think you might want to try working with line art a little bit more, 'cause I think you are, but, some of it gets, like, a little bit lost. That's totally stylistic, though. If you wanna stick with a, you know, lineless style, that's also valid. Depends exactly on, like, how you wanna work around it and everything. But learning to work with lines can, also help you with the lineless style as well. 'Cause then you'll know, like, where to put, like, folds and stuff. And then you can, like, add shadows there, etcetera, etcetera. How's critique going? It's going good. Would the shirt have to have that second fold on top? It doesn't have to, but it would make more sense. Like, again, like, everything is very up to artists' decisions, right? You don't have to have this. I'm just not 100% sure what kinda jacket wouldn't have a symmetrical, flap there. Like, I can definitely think of them, but, uh, it would be very odd to find a shirt that has a cut like this and then a fold like this. Like, it's possible, you can definitely do it. It's just down to, like, at that point, it's just artistic expression, you know? So, like, you don't have to. I can leave it out if you would prefer. It is just, what I think about when I see it. 'Cause, you know, again, with anime, your fucking heart content, you can do whatever, man. You can follow your fucking wildest dreams when it comes to, like, fashion and stuff. So that's more just a personal thing, so I can leave it out if, that's more preferred. Okay, and then let's add a little bit of detail to these leggies too. Let's thicken them up. Now, I've said before, men are not my forte. I'm used to drawing very, very thick ladies, so I apologize if, my male anatomy does not stand up to my lady anatomy. I'm used to drawing very, very thick thighs and a lot of curves. Mhm. So let's just balance these out to begin with. Mhm. Then let's also just include a couple little details here. Nothing too much because we don't wanna overcrowd it, and there wasn't, too many huge details to begin with. But again, the main thing that I'm most impressed by is, like, you have a really, really solid idea of, like, how tall a person must be, because that's, like, one of the really big difficulties, honestly. Mhm. And also, with the arm going at this angle, I'm actually probably gonna fix a couple things. 'Cause, presumably you want the hand on the waist, so if you do want the hand on the waist, then, I'd have to adjust the arm a little. So let me just fix this a little bit. And the cuff would go a little back. And, like, I've said this before about, like, a lot of people's stuff, but, like, references are your best friend. If you wanna really, really learn how to draw, like, people well, especially in certain poses, you're gonna really, really want to make sure you're using a lot of references. 'Cause looking at a reference will, like, help you position the hand and everything. Hello, Red. Hi, hi. Rebecca Kirby would beg to differ about body types. I don't know Rebecca Kirby. Just make a very thick male, then easy peasy. You're so right. Got the inspo for the outfit from Victor Belmont. Let me look that up real quick. That might give me a little bit of a better reference of what you were going for. Victor Belmont. Okay, it looks like he wears a couple different outfits, but, even with his outfit, you can see that it does have the, symmetrical, like, wings on the front of the jacket. Is it that impressive? Seem intuitive to me? It's really hard for some people. Like, if I still have it up, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't think I have it up anymore. In one of the arts we looked at earlier, we could see, like, the really old art, and, we commented that the legs were, like, really, really short on the really old one. So, yeah, it is really impressive, genuinely. It's very hard to get things, like, aligned very well. And sometimes I even struggle with it a little bit myself occasionally. And I'm just gonna just make a little base little hand. So normally I would advise against using, pure black for hands, but I'm just, doing it because that's what you had in your original. Uh And then I do like that you did, include some of the details of the pockets and everything, but try to make sure that you include a little bit of the other details as well. So, like, a lot of times with, like, jeans especially, you'll get, like, that little zipper bit here. You get a little bit of folds, and we got, like, the pockets. And it's usually not 1 line for jeans, but, like, 2 lines there. And, of course, like, you'll have, like, different, styles of, like, stitching and everything depending on the type of clothing and what material they're made of. Probably even include, like I kinda don't wanna include any, too complex folds down here. Critique reminds me of the time when I was studying architecture. Aw, fair. Architecture's so cool, dude. Okay. And then when it comes to shoes, the angle that you've drawn them at, kind of feels more like an upward angle. So if we were to, like, look at these feet, we'd probably get something that's kinda like this at this angle, and that doesn't really line up. So the way we'd wanna draw shoes, like, if you're facing forward, is we kinda wanna draw it more like this. If that makes sense. That's a super janky, sketch, but so if I just do this. Da-da-da-da. Shoes are not my forte by any means. So take this with a grain of salt. But if you're facing forward, your feet are gonna be, like, more flat and angled towards you. So you're not gonna have that, like, pointing down little dip. Also gonna use a little bit of creative liberty with these shoes since they are pretty simple. There we go. And then, of course, depending on the shoe and stuff as well, you could also, include some laces potentially might be a good detail. Just let me touch these up a smidge more. There we go. Something kind of like that. Shoes aren't very good. Shoes are hard, dude. I still struggle with shoes, dude. Shoes are difficult. They're worth getting right, but man, they fucking take a lot of practice and they are so detailed. Oh. Has class not normal fingers? Ah, fair, fair, fair. In that case, we will curve the tips a little bit. Because at the end of the day, claws will follow the same rules as hands for the most part, depending how you want to draw the claws, depending like where the origin of the claws are, you know? It depends very heavily. If it's human based and then just added on claws basically, then you're gonna, have human based hands for it. But if it's something like, I don't know, like tiger based, then maybe you'll have it be more like kind of paw based, so like the anatomy would be a different. It's a whole thing. But I'm just assuming we're going for a regular hand based claws. Let's see. And then on top of that, I think the last thing I would recommend is trying to make sure that your faces are symmetrical. Let's see. So first of all, I don't think we have a nose, so we're gonna add like a little nose in here. I'm also gonna cheat a little bit just because it saves a little bit of time. So I'm going to actually use a thing called a symmetry ruler, because then I can just draw on both sides at the same time. Uh, some programs don't have this. It's useful. Don't rely on it too much. I'm just doing it to be quick. So let's see. You also want to probably make sure that you do the also top of the eye on top of your eye to do like the eyelid. I'll erase that and redraw the eye patch in a second. But just adding like a tiny bit of extra detail can help a lot. God, men's faces are not my forte by any means, gosh. I'm also going to center the hair a little. Okay, and then I'll stop relying on the little symmetry ruler. Get rid of this eye so that we can cover it with an eye patch. And I believe the eye patches would normally... Would they be on a tilt? I'm trying to think. I think they would still be on a tilt. Let's just... do this. And then another thing to keep in mind, especially with eye patches, is to keep in mind how they attach to the face. So, this especially, you'd probably have one go over the ear and then, the other over the ear. So let's see. One sec, I'm trying to think. Trying to use my funny brain. Figure out angles.
Also gonna include an extra line for the nose. Like, honestly, I didn't even have to touch up the face that much. Just had to add, like, a little bit of a angular jaw to it. And then let's touch up the hair real quick, too. Let's just give you a little bit of definition. So this is something I like to do. I like to add a little, like, strand here and there. Not too many strands. Too many strands will kind of make it look like string. But just a couple strands here and there can, like, really, really change the vibe of the hair. And then do the same over here. Don't want to make it too symmetrical, unless you do really want, like, a super symmetrical design, but that's a stylistic choice. You can go, like, heavy into the symmetry if you really want. There are no rules. Also gonna give you a little bit of a hairline here, too. And then probably outline the little hair bit that goes up and over. Da-da-da-da-da. Maybe a strand or two in front of the face if you want, like, messier hair. And then if you really want to, you can maybe add, like, a little extra highlight just as a final finishing touch. Our good old traditional anime highlights. There we go. They're cute. Thank you, Dylan. Recommend using boxes for feet and stuff? Exactly. Boxes are super helpful. Nice cover up of the booba. Thank you. Where do you go to submit art to be critiqued? When in the Discord, make sure you grab the Artsy Soul roll, which is obtained through saying that you want to see the critique and art homework stuff. And then that'll unlock the channels, and there will be one called critique submission and one called homework submission. So if you want your stuff to be critiqued, you can submit it to the critique submission one. Our critique time? Yeah. Though we're a little bit overtime today, so I think I may have to hold off on doing any future critiques until next time, which would be in approximately like 2 weeks. I like to do it at the same time as homework just because it works out better for me. Big sad, I'm sorry. I'm already a little bit overtime. I'd want to make sure I could give you the critique that you deserve. Got home from work. It's okay. You can still submit. You can still submit our critique, and then I can do it next time. It will be a little bit of a wait, but you know. And of course, I will respond to you with the critique, so you will know when it is done. Do you do this once every 2 weeks? Yes, I do. Because I could do it weekly, but it just works better doing it bi-weekly for me. Especially because it gives more people to it gives people more time to do the funny homework, because I know some of you have very busy schedules. And I like being able to, just bundle everything together. But maybe, depending, because like, okay. The thing is like, I definitely am starting to get a lot more submissions lately as well. So if you guys do end up submitting more regular critique stuff, then at that point, then I can start doing separate critique streams from the homework streams. So it really depends on you guys, right? So it depends on what you guys want. If you guys really want like regular critique streams and want those more often, I can probably like, mix and match them. Like have critique 1 week and then homework next week, critique 1 week, homework next week, yada yada. But I'd need you guys to submit enough stuff for critique for that. You know? I can't critique anything if there's nothing in the critique channel. So I would be happy to do that kind of stuff for you guys. I just need you guys to submit stuff for it. And yeah, especially since school is coming soon too. So that's why I like to give people 2 weeks on the homework rather than 1 week, because it gives you guys lots of time. Okay, and let me merge this to a new layer and send this over to you with my notes. Hello, Doom. Hi, hi. But love critique streams. I'd love to do them too. Honestly, I might start doing them more. I might actually end up reaching out on Twitter and then asking for some people to submit some stuff for critique live on stream. I will always prioritize you guys that are in my Discord. I will always prioritize you rather than any funny random people on Twitter. But I can use the random funny people on Twitter to take up a little more time if we end up needing some extra spaces. So I think that might be a good way to go about it for next time. Okay, let me see. Main notes. Proportions of individual body parts compared to overall body. Make sure face is relatively symmetrical if facing forward. What else? Make sure to take note of the underlying anatomy of the body so that the limbs aren't too skinny. And have some muscle definition in places. Also, keep in mind the angle that the feet would be viewed at. There we go. Yippee! You critique arts? I do critique arts as long as people give me art to critique. I do it specifically during the homework streams right now just because there's usually very minimal people submitting things for critique. But if we get more people submitting things for critique, then I can do more critiques. I really enjoy doing critique stuff. I like being able to give people helpful advice for stuff. I specifically really want to do a stream where I like go over design stuff as well. Like a little redesign tips and stuff stream I think would be really fun too. Something I want to do in the future. Cool, I have to submit mine for next time. Yeah, please do. I definitely prefer that people do submit things that are completely finished, preferably, because it's very, very hard to critique something when it's still in the work in progress stage, because there's a lot of things that you probably already intend on cleaning up. So it's not really helpful for me to tell you, hey, you should probably finish the face. It's not super helpful. So I definitely do prefer that people please submit completely finished stuff, ideally. If it's like 99% done, then like you can still do it. But ideally finished, because then I can just tell you like by 100% just completely honest, like, hey, I'd probably try this or this. I can maybe give you some tips and tricks to really spice it up just a little bit. Okay, and then let me... Look out for it. Yeah. And no rush on it. You can submit things whenever. You can also submit old stuff as well. It doesn't have to be completely new. You can submit old things and just be like, hey, I'd like to like get your opinion on this thing. What do you think? Okay. Let's see. Who do I send you guys to? There's so many people doing artsy stuff right now. Oh god, how do I decide? Decisions. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Do we want to go new or do I want to go for my friends? You know, I think I'm gonna send you to my friends today. I think I'm gonna send you to Inky because Inky's birthday is soon. Inky's birthday is tomorrow, and they're doing birthday celebration stuff with their friends. I don't know what they're doing right now, but I know they're probably having a blast. Also, thank you, Tiger Arts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all those. If you don't care about those, it's also A-okay. Also, I saw your fucking profile picture, and hell yeah, 2B, let's go. I fucking love that pretty lady, man. Let's fucking go. But thank you. Hope you're having a great day today. Thank you for stream. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I love streaming. I love having fun. I love being able to give you guys helpful tips. I also apologize though, Tiger, because I am getting ready to raid out. But thank you for the follow. And if you care about, you know, the Discord or anything, or want to get in on critique stuff or anything that's available in the Discord, if you don't care, that's also fair. It is not everyone's cup of tea. And I'm sure, like, everyone's in, like, 1,001 fucking Discords. I know myself, I need to absolutely, like, clean up my shit and, like, leave anything that, I'm not currently using. Also, oh god damn it. No, right at the end! Okay, this is for you, Seven.
Why? Actually, now sponsors on you. Oh, you're so boy.
Ah! Also, let's see what Inky's doing right now. Oh, also, I rarely do a raid message, but raid message is gonna be happy womb evacuation day 1 day early, Inky. And then yippee emote. If you have the yippee emote. You can also replace it with something else if you want. So this is going to be the raid message. Because we love Inky. And then I'm gonna set the raid up. Raid Ink Moon Arts. Here we go. Been lurking, one of the most fun art critique streams I've seen so far. I'm so glad you had fun. That means so much to me, man. I try to make them fun. I love doing my art critique streams. I love seeing what everyone makes, and I love being able to give tips and just But thank you everyone for joining me today. Thank you everyone for submitting the critique. I've mentioned it so many times before, but man, it takes fucking balls to like submit things for critique, dude. Especially submitting it for critique like fucking live on stream for someone to like comment about your stuff and show like the questionable amount of people. Also thank you for the prize sub. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. But yeah, let's get ready for raid. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Remember to drink lots of water, eat lots of tasty food, do something nice for yourself or something nice for someone else, and let us go right into the wonderful, beautiful, amazing Inky, whom I love so much. She is such a good friend and amazing artist, and I would eat her art, and she is very, very cool and fun. And let us go right